Okay. Hope those multitasking skills are good. Ads and Kiko, introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am KikoMan589, but Kiko for short. I was in the last episode, and I'm happy to be on again this time.
All right, so today's episode is old media versus new media. Inspired mostly but by the small meme, the old good, new bad, which is definitely a meme, not real, not legit. I wanted to start this topic by saying, I don't know if there's really any actual stuff you could really talk about when it comes to specific media to prove that older stuff is actually better than newer stuff. I think most of it definitely comes from all of us being literal nostalgia fags. Uh, my favorite Sonic game of all time, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. No matter how much people try and show me, like coders on Twitter showing screenshots of the fact that Sonic's hitbox is ridiculously big in that game compared to Sonic 3, making it literally bullshit playing that game. Even though I champion myself as never dismiss the technical qualities because I believe in the objective. And I found it kind of funny. Uh, Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Social Discharge Podcast. I am your host, Tamika Likes to Draw, and joining me today is Arlon. Say hi, Arlon.
Hello.
So today we're going to be doing another seasonal discharge, spring 2022. Couple good shows came out this season, and the usual stinkers. But all right, let's get started. We can get started with uh, Spy X Family, which I thought was a fairly good show. I guess it's not really my type of show, but it was cute. I think this was the most looked forward to show of the season. I think the most looked forward to. Uh, it did get into I was looking at what people were having to say about this show before I watched it on Twitter because where else would you want to keep the finger on the pulse as far as anime speak is going on? And and the show did get into a bit of controversy. Uh, as far as well, okay, so most people like the show. It's you know again, I think it probably is up there as the most popular show of the season. It did make it to the top of the charts on Mal. I think it's like number 3 on there right now, beating shows like Attack on Titan. Like it made it that far just after the second episode came out. So the show is pretty popular, but it wasn't without its yeah.
Really? I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, I was actually pretty surprised to see that myself, to be honest. You because I don't know. Usually seasonals don't tend to climb that high up the chart, especially after the second episode. But then this show was also like really looked forward to because of its manga as well. So it sort of had like it already had its fans that were hyping it up, and then there's the anime only watchers on top of that. So it kind of makes sense. But I wanted to get a little bit into the controversy that was surrounding this show because there were some people who were criticizing it for because the kind of show that it is. It's the gimmick is well, I mean, it's in the name, Spy X Family, and part of the show is you got the main character, Twilight, who is sort of like the
Okay, wait. I have a question.
yeah.
Is it Spy X Family or is it Spy Family? Cuz like people say Hunter Hunter, right? So is it the same as that?
I actually don't know. I've seen some people ask that question too, but I've been calling it Spy X Family this whole time. Uh, Incidentally, the guy who directed this,
All right.
before I get into the controversy, the guy who directed this did actually direct the original version of Hunter x Hunter, which I do call Hunter x Hunter as well. So yeah, I was actually looking at the credits of this guy. The director's name is I only wrote his first name, Furuhashi something, and he worked he's the director of the original Hunter x Hunter, not the 2011 one, which I thought was pretty interesting.
That's so random.
Yeah. But the controversy the show got into was that people were worried that it was fetishizing, you know, the relationship between, a father and daughter. And, you know, a part of me was thinking I couldn't really blame someone for, you know, worrying that it could be like that, given the fact that, I mean, a lot of anime shows, I mean, anime in general, not exactly above fetishizing basically any
That's
relationship that mankind can have with itself. So,
I'm sorry, that's just weird to me cuz like I don't, a lot of anime does that. But in this case, it kind of just feels like telling on yourself. Like there's nothing remotely sexual
yeah.
about the relationship in this show. It's just like a cute a cute show.
Yeah, well,
Why would they think that?
well, that's the point I was making is that like I could understand that someone would be concerned about that before having watched it, but I don't really get how anyone could come to that conclusion after the fact because it's fairly innocent, it's fairly pure. It doesn't fetishize the relationship between, Anya and Twilight in any way. It doesn't even sexualize Anya herself, you know? She's shown, she's displayed like a normal kid, you know? There isn't anything really all
Yeah.
that sexual here going on at all. But yeah, there were some people coming out and criticizing the show for that, and you know, people online obviously came very hard at those critics because just like, how have you come to these conclusions? Like, there's nothing here at all that shows. I don't know. What did you think of the show?
So, first off, in fairness, you can always find someone complaining, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm sure it wasn't too bad. Uh, in regards to the show itself, for anyone who doesn't know, this is basically a show about a spy. He's a lone wolf and a stone cold killer, and for his new assignment, he needs to get close to like this political figure, and to do it, he needs to find a wife and child to
Mm.
be in a family with him in like 7 days. So he just adopts a girl who, by sheer chance, happens to be a mind reader,
Yeah.
and he finds a chick to be his wife who is a professional assassin, and they all don't know each other's identities except the reader,
Yeah. Except
obviously. She
except Anya.
knows.
Yeah.
So it's basically like a cute comedy show about this ridiculous family unit that they've formed.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Personally, I really liked this show. I think it was just pure fun. I kind of forgot to take notes both times I watched it. Because I was just,
Because you were having so much time
yeah, I
watching
was
it.
just enjoying myself.
Yeah. It's actually because of that I only have notes for the first episode. Like I did watch the second one, but I barely remember anything from it because I didn't take notes or anything.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it's
but I
super
thought the show was
it's super over the top. Like I don't
yeah.
like if you want to get an idea of what this show is like, there's like a scene where he's like fighting off like a bunch of armed guys with guns in front of the wife, and he's like, "Oh, they're my patients. They're having a psychological break," and she just accepts it. If you want to know the tone of the show,
Wait, how many episodes of the show have you seen?
um, I think like four. There's like a new one
Ah,
out that I haven't seen yet.
because I've only seen I've only seen the first two episodes of the show. I think
Well,
I like
sorry
what
if
I've
I just
seen so
spoiled you.
far well enough. Nah, that's all right. That's fine. I like the show well enough. Uh, yeah, it is kind of interesting. Her having the mind reading abilities. You wouldn't like. I don't know. It's a neat addition to the show, but I think I've seen some people bring up how it's sort of. I don't know how to put it. It sort of makes it difficult for the audience to have um thoughts of their own on what's going on because Anya herself is kind of like a commentator observing the weird wackiness of her two parents. Uh, I don't know. It didn't bother me that much. I thought it was fine. Uh, I thought the first episode was fine. How he goes from so he starts out sort of being this cold-hearted spy because he usually flies solo, and he views whoever he partners himself with as sort of a means to an end, and use and dispose of. And that's how he sees Anya at the beginning of the episode. Um, I guess I was kind of surprised at how quickly he actually warmed up to her. Like, I was expecting it to sort of take a couple of episodes. But yeah, I didn't have a problem with that. I thought it was fine, given the type of show that this is.
Yeah, I
It's
think
it's about them being a quirky family. So
I think it
you
was
know,
more of like a reveal, if anything, that like actually is not that stone cold as he appears to be, and he does. He already did care to an extent, you know.
yeah, like he is human.
Yeah.
uh, but yeah, I mean that's fine because you don't need to draw something out like that, especially if like part of the whole dynamic, I suppose, is them being a cool and quirky family together. It makes sense that they would she he would warm up to her fairly quickly for that dynamic, I guess. But that's pretty much all I have to say about that show. Um, you have anything else to say about Spy X Family? Or should we move on to the next
Uh,
one?
I liked it. It was great. The intro was cool. I give the intro a 7 out of 10. I give the show itself an 8 out of 10 thus far.
I have no score for the show yet. Probably need to see a couple more episodes of it before determining what I really think about it. 'Cause it seems like a fine enough show from what I've seen, but I also don't know if it's the type of show that I'd watch to completion. Um, we'll see. Anyways, next show, in the heart of Kunoichi Tsubaki. Um, so why don't you start us off with this one?
Wait, was this the ninja one?
Yeah, this is the ninja one,
I'll be honest, I
the lolly ninja one.
I tried so hard to pay attention to this show, but I really didn't internalize almost anything that happened. I just remember there were like cute ninja girls, and they like live out in the mountains or something, and they really want to see a man. It's like super fan servicey.
Honestly, that's like fair enough to be honest, because nothing like really eventful happens in the first episode. Um, the first time I watched it, I wasn't really paying attention, but the second time before I jumped on this podcast, I watched it a second time. Not like nothing much really happens in it. It's like okay, um, so there's these girls that are trained ninjas in a village, and that's actually the reason why I watched the show because in my mind I was just thinking, is this gonna be basically just Naruto but with lollies, which sounds pretty funny. 'Cause I don't know. I really wanted it to be that. It's not that. So it's like these girls, they're training in a place in the forest, and for some reason they're hiding away from men, and they're not allowed to see men either. And like the plot of like the first half of the episode is these two girls, they escape the place where they're training because they want to go and see these mysterious creatures called men. And one of them wants to prove herself to the main character Tsubaki by beating up these men, and Tsubaki is sent to go and recover them. Um, and she's doing a good job of it until she gets really nervous at the prospect of seeing those men. And it's kind of weird because like basically the show is, I don't know if metaphor is the right word, but it's basically about growing up and developing an interest in the opposite sex. That's how I saw it. It's a ninja show with it's a ninja show with puberty as a theme.
Puberty
And I don't
ninjas.
know. I just yeah, puberty ninjas. That's basically what that is. And I found it kind of funny. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I thought it was pretty cute, just the way that the main character Tsubaki was just getting really nervous every time like the people around her started talking about men, and it started throwing her off her A game because she's like one of the best ninjas in her class, but then she started getting really incompetent every time they bring up men. But then it also causes her to be really powerful as well. Like it makes her not good at hand to hand combat, but amplifies her jutsu abilities. Like, I don't know. I just find it kind of funny. The show is pretty cute. The characters are well designed. I really like how the main character looks. It was just her on the poster that made me be like, yeah, I want to check this out. She kind of looks a little bit like Momo from My Hero Academia, kind of, but like the lolly version a little bit. And I thought it was cute, especially with that big ass forehead of hers. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was and it's decently animated and stuff like that. I don't know if I would revisit this show because I don't know if the premise is interesting enough to hook me for the whole 12 episodes, but I am kind of curious to see what would happen should the protagonist actually meet um a man. I also want to know why they're being trained separately from men in the first place and why they have that stigma against men on top of that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. Oh yeah, and so I also looked up the staff that are behind this show as well, and this is the first thing that the director of this show has like directed in quite some time. The last thing that they directed was some show about music, which I've never heard before. The only notable thing that I found on their Mal profile was that they did some directing of episodes of My Hero Academia,
Wait.
but this is their first like
Was it Bang Dream, the music show?
who the director? No, oh no. It's I forget what it's called.
Hmm.
Starts with a T or something like that. But no. Oh wait, no, it
Okay.
wasn't Bang Dream. No. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said probably. uh, but no. And also I thought the show kind of looks a little similar to Is the Order a Rabbit, and that's because the character designer also worked on Is the Order a Rabbit, so there's that too. A show which I also have watched, but I also dropped because it was, a cute girls doing cute things kind of show, and that's not really my kind of thing, but that's something we'll probably get into another time. Who knows? Yeah, that's all I have to say about that show. I'll probably come back to it, maybe, possibly,
Yeah,
if I'm
the
bored enough
best
to.
thing I can say about it is that looked kind of nice. 4 out of 10.
Okay. So the next show we have on our list is I'm Quitting Heroing, um, which is a show that so when I went into it, I kind of went into it expecting a totally different show from what it actually was. Um, I mean, I guess based off the poster, you can kind of see that it might be sort of, like your typical fantasy show, kind of. But when I went into it, I was kind of expecting it to be more darker than what it actually is. So the premise of the show is the hero defeated the demon queen, but you know, when he defeated the demon queen, society wasn't very grateful for his efforts and instead feared him because of how powerful he
He
was.
was
Because
too good at his job.
yeah, he was too good at his job, and he was overpowered, as protagonists in these types of shows tend to be. Before it was that they weren't really aware of the fact that they're overpowered, but now it's becoming a trope that they are aware of the fact that they're overpowered. So, you know, but because everyone was scared of him, he got exiled from the kingdom that he saved, and then people from that kingdom also started trying to kill him, which kind of pissed him off. So it led to him defecting to the very army that he destroyed. Um, the Demon Queen's army. And I don't know. On the one hand, I do find the idea interesting, but at the same time, the the show ended up being a lot more lighthearted and comedic than I expected. I don't know why, but just based off the title, I was expecting it to be like some dark show where the reason why the hero quit heroing was because of some huge tragedy that happened on his part because of his own incompetence or something. And the whole show was just going to be about trying to get him out of retirement because as it turns out, whenever I jump into these seasonals to do this thing, I do not read the descriptions of these shows. I just look at the poster and determine my interest entirely off of that. So when I came into this, it was a totally different show from what I was expecting. I don't know. It also requires a little suspension of disbelief because it's like, is there really no one in the world who's thankful for his efforts, who appreciates what he did, saving, the world and everything? There's absolutely no one who's thankful for what he did. I don't know. I don't know. What did you think of the show?
I mean, okay, in fairness, I think like probably even if like there are people who appreciate him, he's he's only going to see the haters. There's too many people who've turned against him at this point. Uh
Yeah, that's fair to be honest. Especially the part where people like tried to kill him. So,
yeah. So it's worth
yeah.
noting with this show that I accidentally started with the second episode and I was very confused and I had no idea what was going on. But despite that, I actually did like this show. I would say I have a big soft spot for it. I agree with you
Hmm.
that I kind of wish it was darker. I feel like if I feel like the execution was maybe a bit off, that if like they just presented it slightly differently, it could have come off as a darker show.
Yeah.
That said, it also kind of makes me nostalgic for like a show I would have watched on Netflix in high school, and I would have like been like, "Oh, this is so dark. This is so dark." That's probably
Yeah.
what I would have thought about it when I was like 15 or something.
I mean, I suppose in comparison to some other shows, it kind of is. Um, but yeah. I mean, I only watched the first episode of the show, and I mean, I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was like really bad. Although, like, I didn't. The whole first episode is kind of just like one long exposition scene, sort of explaining the characters to you and like the main character's history with like the generals of the Demon Queen's army. And I suppose that's fine, I guess. Like, that's not too bad, but not much else goes on in the first episode. So I guess if you really want to know what type of show you're getting yourself into, it probably does help to watch the second episode because that's when things actually get started, I'm guessing. I don't know. But just off of the first episode, not really much to say, really, uh, other than what's already been said.
Yeah, I can
Um,
tell you that
I,
the first episode does basically give you an idea of what it's like. This show, if you don't like listening to the characters just talking, you aren't going to like this show because
oh,
it's mostly it's kind of interest it's not what you'd expect. This whole show is basically like the main character going around and kind of trying to help with all the different generals' problems and like make the workplace
and
run more efficiently.
so it's kind of like what was that other show that we talked about in the last season? That isekai one. I forget what it's called. Well, not the last season, but the last seasonal discharge.
Realist Hero,
Uh,
maybe?
probably, probably that one. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah, because I was expecting it to be the kind of show where the hero basically just wages war against the kingdom that he saved in the first place. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that one. On to the next one.
All right. Well, I'll say uh, I give that show a 7 out of 10, but there's potential for it to go up if they take it somewhere interesting. And I really like the OP, so I'm going to give the OP an 8
Hmm.
out of 10.
Um, I guess next we can go into Skeleton Knight, although I don't really have much to say about this one. So why don't you get us started on it?
Okay.
Uh,
So this show is it's like a fairly standard isekai premise. It's a dude, he falls asleep or whatever and wakes up as his game character. But the twist is that his game character is a skeleton knight. that that's basically
yeah.
it. Uh Not that much happens in the
I
first
mean,
episode. But there
yeah.
is one
I'll
thing.
admit that when we first watched this, I'll admit that when we first watched this, I I wasn't really paying attention to it, and this was one of the shows that I wanted to rewatch before we jumped in here. But unfortunately, I never got around to doing it, so I don't have much to say about it. But anyway, you go on. Sorry,
Well,
I interrupted you there.
I'm sure you remember the one most noteworthy thing that happened in the first episode because you commented on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. So the sh- the first, I think it's like the opening scene starts with a character
Yep.
getting sexually assaulted, um, on some goblin slayer type, or I don't know, maybe not as
Yeah,
graphic as
it's like
that,
a long,
but
uncomfortably long, not not rape scene, but introduction to it before she gets saved.
it's borderline. Yeah, it's borderline. It's like probably on the level of how it is in Sword Art Online, which is basically what I said when we watched it. I think I said something along the lines of Reki Kawahara was just ahead of the curve because it seems like sexual assault in fantasy shows and isekai shows is becoming weirdly more common, to which everyone else responded that it was kind of just always there, but it became more notable with popular shows like Sword Art Online. Because you'll have
I
shows like you'll have shows like SAO, Redo of a Healer, Goblin Slayer, and it's like, okay, what's going on? Why is there a sudden influx of rape in our fantasy shows?
I agree with
What's
you.
going on?
It's definitely gotten worse. There's definitely
Yeah,
more than there used to be. I think
yeah.
my biggest problem with it in this show is it feels completely out of place. And by the way, let me tell you, there's also a lot more of it in this show. Basically, every episode they have a scene like that.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
what annoys me about it is that like I don't know, it's just that meme with like
This show is a very light-hearted one and comedic
exactly.
too, from what I remember.
This is
So
like
it's very weird that it would have something like that.
this show I think it's supposed to be a comedy. I thought like I will say I despite that, I like this show. I
Hmm.
mainly the show would be extremely boring if it wasn't for our main character Arc. I I do love Arc because he's just an awkward, goofy skeleton man.
Hmm.
He's just a really good guy. He, unlike the people making the show, isn't pervy or anything. He's a stand-up
Yeah.
gentleman. And I just love watching him be himself. That's what carries this show for me.
Honestly, what kind of surprises me with this show, in regards to all the, sexual assault in it, is interestingly, there hasn't been that much of an uproar about it, from what I can tell. Like, it's kind of weird that there'd be some people shitting on a show like, Spy X Family for supposedly sexualizing a relationship between a father and daughter, but then like it's complete silence with Skeleton Knight. Like it really seems like it kind of just went under the radar that this show was having that. Or maybe at this point people have just
Yeah.
gotten used to it with the influx that I mentioned earlier. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
I guess
Like everyone's just used to it at this point.
maybe it's just cuz like the all the normies are watching Spy Family, so they like see that there's a a cute daughter in that and they are looking for something to be mad about. But like no one who's going to watch reincarnated as a skeleton knight is going in like not the kinds of people
Not
who watch these
expecting weird
seasonal
stuff.
isekai are kind of used to it
Yeah.
by now.
Yeah, that is true. That is definitely true. Uh, it's verging on standard, which, depending on who you ask, might be a good thing because, quote unquote, the sensitive types will stop complaining about it because it's become standard. But at the same time, I don't know, it's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
that it's not a good thing. It's
Yeah, that's why I said depending on who you ask, because I know there's some people out there who, think it's kind of weird, like with the whole Goblin Slayer situation, for example. But in Goblin Slayer, it kind of made a bit of sense because, as far as I understand, that is kind of a dark show. I haven't actually seen it, so. Uh, but yeah, that's all I have to say on Skeleton Knight. On to the next
I
show.
think I think it's
Oh,
definitely
okay.
worse in Skeleton Knight just because the, the thing is I think
Of how out of place it is.
what a lot of people were mad about with Goblin Slayer is that it wasn't just dark, but the way it was presented was like kind of supposed to be titillating to the audience, which
Mm-hmm.
is a bit tacky. But like
And
Skeleton Knight,
supposedly it's even worse in the manga.
yeah, Skeleton Knight does that, and it's completely out of place.
Yeah, no, I can totally see that.
I give Skeleton Knight a 6 out of 10 just because of that. Uh, the intro is awesome. I give the intro a 9 out of 10. The OP, not the introductory scene.
I Arlon gives the rape scene at the beginning of the episode a 9 out of 10. Truly, truly a masterpiece of animation. Um, yeah. All right, on to the next show. Shikimori is not just a cutie. Um, which is also a show that I admittedly don't remember that much about, but that's also because not much actually happens in it to begin with. Um, I guess the premise of the show is that on the surface, Shikimori herself, that's the name of the main girl, uh, she seems like a normal, innocent girl, but is actually kind of a badass. Um, I remember when we were watching this show, I immediately took a dislike to the character because she resembles Utena, a character I also strongly dislike. And because she's a badass, she even more strongly resembles the character, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really remember much about this show. What do you have to say about Shikimori's not just a cutie?
So I mean the you okay, for one you didn't even mention the the main this is like a girlfriend show. So it's another one of
Yeah,
those shows that's about like a pairing. The main
yeah.
character is just like a massive fuck boy. He's I truly hate him. He's like
I don't remember anything about the main character. I actually remember him being kind of a piece of cardboard.
yeah. Well, every second he's on screen, he's doing the what or whatever. Right? He's doing the like the anime boy. Blah. Uh,
I think I know what you mean? Question mark.
I don't, he's just like he's always like all I'm just I'm just a little anime guy.
Like being awkward and not a very like a sort of static, not very interesting
Yeah.
kind of
It's like
character.
the cutifying
Yeah,
the awkwardness.
it's yeah. I kind of see what you mean. Like his whole thing is that he's kind of a klutz in a way,
Yeah,
tripping over
he's
himself.
in constant danger of almost dying. And Shikimori
Yeah,
is like saving him constantly. That's like their dynamic. And the arc of the episode
which is
is just that like
which I imagine there's some people that would be super into that, having a super badass girlfriend that's always saving them.
yeah.
I can see the appeal there.
Yeah, there was like that tweet that was like Shikimori is just for guys who want to get pegged, and it's so true.
I could totally see that, to be honest. Yeah, I can see the truth there.
It's the show. Okay, it has an ugly bloom effect over everything. I know you said
Hmm.
last season that Dress Up Darling like hurt your eyes to look at, but this show actually
Yeah,
hurts my eyes to look at.
I can see that because it does that. It has a weird thing where, okay, the character design, I think, is not really that interesting. And I think what happens here is that they give the characters really vibrant, like, color palettes. They give them these really bright colors. to make them look interesting, but I don't know, for some reason and that's fine. That's pretty typical of anime, kind of. But at the same time, the way the characters are colored in this show looks kind of weird. I can't really put my finger on it. It doesn't look very good. Um, and I don't know, like you'll have moments like with Shikimori. One thing that I pointed out while we are watching this show is that like her hair is kind of weirdly colored, where it's pink, but it has sort of like a blue gradient behind, and I think that's supposed to be like the shadow of her shoulders or something, but it looks like highlights. It doesn't look like a shadow. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think the show looked all that good. Is basically what I'm getting at. Um. Oh yeah. While we were watching the show, because earlier you mentioned that the dynamic between the two of them is that the main character is constantly getting in danger, and Shikimori has to save him. Um, there's While we were watching the show, someone pointed out that there's a scene where the main character gets sort of feels like that was set up, like the last incident that Shikimori saves him from was kind of set up, and you know we are talking about how if that's the case, if that's actually what's going on here, that might make the show just a tad bit more interesting. The fact that she's been setting up, she's been orchestrating all these moments for the main character to end up in accidents, for her to swoop in and save him. I can almost, even though this is a comedic show, I can almost actually see that being the basis of some potential drama in the show, because if it turns out that the basis of their relationship is him falling in love with her because of all these incidents that she was saving him from, and that turns out to all be a lie, I can see some drama coming from that. Probably not, but it
Yeah.
would be interesting. I just find it funny because if that's the case, because at the beginning of the episode, the main character almost gets hit by a truck, and it's just funny to think about Shikamori setting up her boyfriend to almost get hit by a truck
I
just to swoop in and
I
save
truly
him.
wish that that was actually the case, because the romance in this show feels so sterile and fake. That's probably my biggest problem
Mm-hmm.
with this show, is it's just like super like there's no issues. They just are the perfect
Perfect
couple.
couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I suppose it would depend on, like, if there does end up being some drama there on the basis of that, that would be interesting. But the shake things up a little bit there. Um, but that's pretty much all I have to say about that show, except for the fact that one of the characters in the supporting cast looks like Bakugo. This is my true crossover, crossover between Revolutionary Girl Utena and My Hero Academia epic. Anyway,
Oh,
I think that's all we have to say about that show.
also,
Oh wait,
I
you have something to say?
was it me, or did the friend, uh, like the main guy's BFF, was it me, or did he seem super gay? I was getting like some gay energy between those two.
I don't know. Maybe I'd have to rewatch to be able to tell.
All right, I give
Maybe.
I give this show a 5 out of 10, but with the okay, even though
That's actually a surprisingly higher score than I was expecting you to give it.
even though we seemed very harsh on it, or at least I came off as really harsh on this show. But I will say that like
Mm-hmm.
part of it is just that this isn't my thing at all. I wasn't remotely into it.
Yeah.
So maybe if I was into it, I would give it a higher score, and I can understand why someone else might give it a higher score. but
What's
personally, it's a
what's
5
kind
out
of
of 10.
weird what's kind of weird is that going into the season, everyone was looking at this show as like the next My Dress Up Darling, and
True.
it just doesn't compare.
Yeah, not even close.
I don't even really like the show that much, but it's not even. Yeah. All right, on to the next show. Um, Aharon-san. I forgot the rest of the name, just the Aharon-san part. All right, why don't you get us start? Wait, did I get us started on the last show, or was it you? I forgot.
I think you
Why
did.
don't you get us started
Yeah.
on this one?
I'm
Yeah.
not even sure I have notes on this one. It was there was barely even a plot in this show. It's basically
Mm-hmm.
it's like what was the show, the other girlfriend show that's like just like this one? Uh
Um, I
Komi-san.
forget. Oh,
Komi can't
Comey. Yeah,
communicate.
Comey can't come in. Yeah,
This
yeah.
show is like what I thought that show was going to be based off like the really bad Netflix trailer it had. It's it's basically about it's like the same thing. It's about like a guy and he meets like a really shy girl that doesn't speak and befriends her. Except the girl
Yeah.
in this show isn't interesting. She just talks really quiet. She's probably autistic or something.
You know, I thought I had notes on this show, but I'm actually looking right now, and apparently I don't.
Yeah, I could have sworn I had notes too, and then I don't see them anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going through the notebook that I wrote the notes, because I write my notes on paper, and I don't. They're completely gone. The only thing I remember about this show, I thought it was kind of cute a little bit, but at the same time, the energy is so low that like I I can't, like, a part of me can't imagine like actually sitting down and watching this. Like I feel like I would be dozing off or like
It
paying
was
attention to
so
something else
boring.
while I'm watching it because of how low the energy is. Like the idea is that both of them are kind of socially awkward. Um the main character is kind of like an outcast because he has a scary face. Uh, and you know, the the girl, Aharon-san herself, it's that you know, she gets very clingy whenever she makes friends with people, and it makes people uncomfortable. Therefore, you know, she's like, okay, well, clearly me trying to be friends with people is not actually working, so I'm just gonna stop being friends with people, I guess. And when that part came up, I was like, oh wow, this person is literally me. Sometimes,
Also,
because I totally relate to that. So you know,
that makes it seem kind of fucked up if they do turn into a couple though, because it kind of makes it seem like the guy is taking advantage of her or something.
yeah. I mean, I I guess it. I mean, it's not totally uncommon for people who are both social outcasts to end up finding that sort of relationship with each other, I guess. Uh, I feel like it would only come across that way if it's like if he's intentionally doing that. But then I guess it's possible for it to be that way even unknowingly. But I thought this show was okay. I didn't think I thought it was kind of cute, but not that interesting. I was thinking that because I only watched the first episode of this, I was thinking that maybe if later on down the road other characters get introduced as the story progresses, maybe they'll bring that energy that's kind of lacking in the show. But if if the whole gimmick is that it's supposed to be the way it is in the first episode, I don't know. I don't think I would watch the whole show. But one thing that did kind of amuse me was because both the characters are like, you know, the way that they don't emote a whole lot. And I was just kind of amused at the idea of like studio execs, you know, jumping for joy at the prospect of getting a show like this because that means they don't have to spend more money to animate the faces. So,
I can't imagine this show did too well, cuz I just realized Comey Can't Communicate is getting its second season this season. They're running at the same time. So like
mm,
surely people are flocking to the
two.
better version of this show.
Yeah, that's probably most likely what's happening. Could be more. It's kind of like that time when it's kind of like that time when Ass War and Chivalry of a Failed Knight aired at the same time. That keeps on happening for some reason, where shows that are like copies of each other just air at the same time.
Well, when you have enough
Yeah,
shows that are exactly the same, it's bound to happen eventually.
yeah,
This
that's
show
true.
was not good. I give it a 3 out of 10.
Um, I think that's pretty much all the shows that we can talk about because while we did do a group call where we watched other shows, unfortunately, I do not have notes on the rest of these shows, and I completely forgot about them.
What
Unless,
you don't remember
uh,
the Lolly Healer one? That was just a complete
no,
fever dream.
I barely remember anything about that because I think while we were watching that one, that was when I was trying to fix my computer.
Well, okay.
The only one,
I want to briefly
yeah.
talk about this one because it was so bad. It was
Hmm.
truly like I think it must have just been like improv that they animated cuz the plot was like a guy is fighting a bear, then a healer shows up and he's like, "Please heal me." And she's like, shouldn't you grovel if you want me to heal you?" And then like they get into an argument, and then like the bear comes in to try and like moderate it. Then they go to the bear's house and like start staying with her and bond with her. It's the most, it doesn't sound real. I swear I made this show up. I give that one a 2 out of 10.
um, I suppose we could quickly mention, is it Papiri Kome or Young? Uh, are those the same show? I keep thinking they're the same show.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they are.
Okay.
It's just the,
I barely remember anything about that show except for the fact that it was a really good looking show.
yeah, how can you not
Um,
remember Kong Ming? I, I love that show. It's like very close. It might be my favorite show of the season over Spy Family.
hmm.
It's like the premise is that Kong Ming, who is a legendary Chinese strategist, gets transported to the modern world, and he ends up as the manager of like an idol group, and he uses his stratagems to help this idol group rise through the ranks basically.
Yeah.
It's an amazing show. He Kong Ming is your boy. I love him.
Yeah. I'd have to rewatch it because I remember everyone really liking it.
Yeah, you should
It's
rewatch it.
yeah, it's just this type of show isn't like typically my kind of show, but I did really like the animation, so I'd probably come back to it and if the plot engages me, continue to watch.
I
Um,
was checked out at that point, and then like I saw it in the background and it pulled me back in.
yeah, honestly, that's totally fair. um, one of the shows I did want to watch that I unfortunately never got around to watching was Tomodachi Game,
Oh, you
and the
didn't.
only reason
I'm. That's upsetting, Cause I watched it last night because I thought you said you'd already watched it.
The thing is, I had a passing curiosity about it because it was making the rounds on YouTube as the anime version of Squid Game, because Squid Game was like all the hype at the time that it got announced. And to be honest, like I did want to watch it because Delirium put it on his list of shows that he watched. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll watch that too. But I was gonna kind of avoid it. And part of the reason why I wanted to watch it was just to dunk on anime fans by saying that I find it really funny that anime fans are so insistent on not watching live action stuff that rather than just watch the actual Squid Game, they'd rather wait until an anime version of Squid Game in the form of something like Tomodachi Game comes out and watch that instead. Like, that's like the main reason why I wanted to watch that was just a rag on weeaboos. But in the end, I ended up not watching it, and I will not watch it because I heard it was bad.
It's mid. So I
Ooh.
haven't seen Squid Game, so I can't
All right.
totally speak on.
And I'm here. Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. All right. That took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I'm finally here. So, uh, oh man, last night was quite an eventful night, wasn't it? Holy mo. Wait, am I even allowed to look in here while I'm live? Probably not. Man, last night was definitely something. The JSTLK Discord is the gift that keeps on giving. I don't know. It's just like damn, zam. So, for those of you who are, I don't know, sleep, not around, there was yet another interesting thing that happened. Now, I do want to mention, I should probably state that before going over this, that this whole thing was basically cleared up in the end, as far as I can tell. Cleared up in the sense that there was definitely like some misunderstandings between the parties involved, you know. Uh, but uh, despite that, I don't know, man. That whole thing was just really, really fucking funny. It's like, goddamn, why? Look, okay, look. I'm not one to talk here, okay? Because if I were to like shit on people for trying to be like flirty on Discord, that would be like an insanely hypocritical thing of me to do, right? Because the reality of the situation is I've done my fair share of flirting with people on Discord. Usually people that make it pretty clear that, you know, uh, I mean, for one, I usually wait for people to come on to me first before I even do that sort of thing, because I don't want to find myself in similar situations with people who are in just Stokes Discord. But then there's also the fact that even when it does get to that level, okay, I don't do anything anywhere near as weird and creepy as some of the people in this Discord have been doing, okay? Like, I just, so obviously last night, um, we kind of went over the Paragon drama a little bit. I mean, uh, skin in the game, Paragon. He sent, uh, who was it? Zoe. He sent Zoe a dick pic, because he thought that the mood was appropriate. It wasn't, and it kind of spiraled into this whole conversation about whether or not it's appropriate to send dick pics to people, uh, if they didn't explicitly ask for it. Um, and I had very mixed feelings towards that because as I mentioned yesterday, there have been some individuals who've definitely sent me nudes without me asking, but I never like I didn't I obviously didn't perceive it as problematic at the time because if I'm being honest, I just found the images that they sent me to be hot. So it's like I wasn't really complaining and um Jesus. So yeah, I was very neutral when it came to that debate. Um, but last night, the new drama that happened. Oh my God. The thing is, I want to talk about this, but at the same time, I'm like, man, if I talk about this, will I or won't I get banned from just Stokes Discord? Okay, so some messages got leaked in the Discord, involving a rather infamous character in the Discord named Baby Brat, but also another character who is a mod in Just Stokes Discord called called Krieger. Okay, now as it turns out, some of the images that may have been presented by Baby Brat may have been a little bit out of context because I guess what the presentation that was being attempted was to try and present what's his face Krieger as a as yet another sex pest in the Discord because apparently we've had two of those now in the form of Paragon and Unpatched. Oh wait, I forgot to set up my fucking in the uh oh god damn it. No, this computer is doing the exact same thing my old one used to do. It's doing that thing where when I try to search things on Windows menu, it won't fucking appear, which is I should have just oh well there it is. I mean it's still annoying that I have to deal with this either way. What? What just happened? No. I'm trying to figure this shit out while I'm hearing a bunch of runs in the game. Alright, where were we? Okay, so there was an attempt to present this individual as a ultra mega fedora tipping simp. Uh, but man, I'm having a hard time sort of recalling all the details. But basically, there was an attempt to make it look like Krieger was a hardcore trying to like white knight for some of the people posting in the NSFW Discord. And not only that, but then he started saying some like weird, flirty stuff, talking about masturbating till his dick bleeds, all this weird shit, right? Now, unfortunately, I was not in the call when Krieger came in to defend himself, but from what I understand, he's more or less been cleared. I don't know. I don't know. It's really weird. It seems like a lot of people are still making fun of him. I mean, from what I understand, he definitely acknowledges that like some of the messages he sent were like kind of weird and that he probably shouldn't have sent those. Um, listen, it's just really fun to me that that happened and that Baby Brat, exposed that. I I'm not necessarily trying to say that Krieger is guilty or anything, but I will say, okay, that it's pretty funny that one of the people in Just Stokes Discord who shits on me the most, out of the people in that. Well, I mean, Krieger doesn't shit on me that much, but he's definitely some of the people who's taken little pot shots at me over that thing in that Discord. And the irony is not lost on me. I find it really fucking funny. Like, I'm not even gonna pretend that I feel like, like, I'm not even gonna pretend that like I feel bad for him or anything like that. I mean, I probably would like a little bit. It's kind of like with Zoe, right? I don't like Zoe, so like I do feel kind of bad for her for the stuff that she had to deal with there. Well, I mean, I did, but not so much anymore. But my dislike kind of triumphed over my 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 sympathy, so to speak. And it's kind of similar here, where it's like, wow, you are making all these accusations about me, but between me and you, you're the guy that had accusations of being a yet another sex pest in Stokes Discord being levied at. I don't know. It's it's pretty funny, okay? And I'm not gonna pretend it is, because it is pretty fucking funny. Um, man, I wish we could go through the logs right now, but if I'm being honest, I don't really feel like it. Uh, Personally, I'd rather have someone else come on here and read them. But this shit is just funny. Um, quit being annoying, Discord. Listen, all I'm saying is maybe oh, I'm actually kind of surprised that when it came to yesterday's stream, because I was up for like a little bit of it before I went to bed, that just still didn't seize the opportunity to make content out of it. It would have been kind of interesting, but I think it's because in the end it was ultimately decided that the drama was kind of a nothing burger, which is kind of interesting. Um, Seeing as we're talking about a guy messaging a girl about his bloody dick, but I mean, at the same time, a part of me wants to be like, well, I don't know, like guy friends make those kinds of jokes on each other all the time, those kind of disgusting but like inappropriate jokes on each other all the time. Does it suddenly become sexual harassment if you start making those kinds of jokes with women? I mean, I feel like most women would probably say yes if we're being completely honest, but this is exactly why I sometimes think that women requesting to be treated as just one of the guys is a bit of an unreasonable request because more often than not, they kind of don't want to be. Because then you get stuff like what Baby Brad did, which is, try to expose Krieger as a sex pest. It's actually kind of funny because in Stokes Discord, Krieger did have his mod removed. Then he had it reinstated, and people thought it was only reinstated so that he could be brought into the voice chat where they would go over this and sort of hash it out and find out whether he should be banned or not. And I mean that's what people thought, but as of now, he still has his moderator perms. So I guess in spite of the drama that just happened, him being caught messaging inappropriate stuff to girls, which even he admitted he felt kind of guilty for, he still, for some reason, gets to keep his mod. Okay. I mean, whatever. It's not my Discord. They can do whatever they want. But uh, it's just the DGG adjacent community is the gift that keeps on giving. It's just funny, like me thinking about it, because I know that there are people who like make a lot of assumptions about me, for example, and it's just funny because never in the history of ever will you catch me in a situation like this. It's because I'm not actually a weirdo, but whatever. Uh, oh man, do I ever want to talk about this? It reminds me of like what I was talking about with Nebs. Was it yesterday? Where like a lot of people who like so aggressively fight you on this stuff usually have skeletons in their own closet. Like it's kind of funny, but I don't want to go into it too much. It's better not to go into it too much, lest I risk a lot of people starting to shit on me too. Ugh. But again, the irony is not lost on me. not at all. And I do find it pretty funny. Um, to be honest, if I was a very spiteful individual, I would almost be like, you know what? There's a couple other people that I that I hope this happens to in the in just Oak's Discord eventually, but I'm not that spiteful. But I'm just saying that if it did happen, it would be pretty fucking funny because they would totally deserve it. But anyway, uh, I guess this one is a little bit. Oh, I was gonna say this is a little bit more difficult to farm since there isn't actually a VOD for it. For it. Then I remembered, you know, at one point cause when I was in the voice chat yesterday, I probably shouldn't have done this, and I'm probably gonna delete these videos because I was gonna upload them, but I don't think I will. Um, I did actually record a little bit of the drama, but now that I think about it, I should probably delete those, and I'm probably not gonna post myself commentating on those. Or not commentating, because I was literally just like in the call talking with everyone there. I'm probably not gonna share those, because I imagine there's some people on there who wouldn't be comfortable with that, especially the people involved with the drama. I mean, if it was like an open and shut case where there was clearly someone who did something wrong, and I was like pretty confident on the fact that there's definitely someone who did something wrong here, I probably would. But the problem is, not only do I want to risk violating people's privacy, but I also don't want to risk getting banned from JSTLK's Discord. So, but I will say, I don't know, that shit was pretty funny, the whole thing. Well, I was about to say I wish my Discord was half as exciting as that, but to be honest, I don't know if I would want my Discord to have the same troubles that just Stokes' Discord does, because me saying that I wish my Discord was half as exciting as just Stokes is like me like saying, "Oh yeah, I sure wish there were like creeps in my Discord who would like cause drama in there." Like, I don't really wish that. I mean, I definitely used to be in a Discord that had its fair share of drama. Like, I used to be in this Discord. God, do I ever want to say the name? I used to be in this Discord called One Piece, and let me tell you, not only was that place like super fucking toxic, but it's definitely a place that's had its fair share of drama, alright? Like from a guy who basically from a guy who basically tried to groom a 16-year-old, he ended up getting banned, to a guy who like fucking not a guy, but a girl who like tried to like four time like multiple people in the server. That Discord has had its fair share of drama. But the thing is, okay, um, that shit is like very nightmarish to actually deal with when it's like in your backyard. So I don't as much as it's like as entertaining as it is to watch, um, like with Stokes Discord, I don't know if I would want to deal with that shit in my own Discord. Saying. So I guess what I'm saying is, anyone who's thinking of coming to my fucking Discord to stare trouble, please do not. Okay? Don't do that. Oh fuck, what the hell? But also kind of do because my Discord is boring as fuck. I remember there was one time when I was talking about how dead my Discord is, and then one of the people from Stokes Discord, a guy named Carrier, was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go into your Discord and start talking." And like I think he quickly realized just how dead the Discord is because his attempt to like make it more alive by interacting in it uh didn't last so very long. I don't even know how you go about reviving a dead Discord, to be honest. I feel like I've been in some Discords that were dead before, and the moderators of those Discords usually just decide to cut their losses and start a new one. But I don't I don't really feel like doing that because if I did that, that would be like I think that would be like the fourth Discord or fifth Discord I've ever made. So it's like, I'm good. I'm good on that. Ooh, oh, for fuck's sake. I guess that's pretty much the same. My summary of that wasn't anywhere near as fun as the acting probably was. So I guess what I'm saying is if you want to be part of the drama and witness it live, join Just Stokes Discord. You fucking oh shit. Oh wait. No 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 no.
Let's just put that out there.
All of these people are in hot water right now. Their unbased skeletons are coming out of every closet in the land to bite them in the ass. And it all started with Vosh.
See, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
Whoopsies, didn't mean to open that one. Vosh is a leftist political
hell, that's
streamer.
loud.
He used to be known as Irish Laddie way back in the day and came from Destiny.
Am I tripping or out of all the people who commented on this video, like it's so funny to be because again, God, I don't want to go too deep into this, but I do find it extremely funny that a lot of people like just when they were dunking on Vosh for this, were just posting screen caps of Vosh's folder completely uncovered and uncensored, and I'm like, hold on, guys, but don't you guys like isn't the reason why you're dunking on him is because you think it's like, CP? If you think it's CP and then you're posting uncensored screenshots of his folder, doesn't that mean that you have just participated in the distribution of child porn? Like, and then you have some people that go even further beyond. Like, I remember I was listening to Justok saying this on one of his streams, and I was kind of like losing my mind because apparently there were like people who went out of their way to like find like high quality versions of the images that Vosh was looking for, so they'd really know what he's looking for. And Justok was actually one of the people who like went out of his way to like look at that. And I'm like, guys, you guys are all saying that this is what you're saying it is. So if you're going out of your way to like look up the actual pictures so that you're not just going off of screenshots of his folder, you are going out of your way from that perspective, going out of your way to look. It's so dumb, and this is part of the reason why I'm kind of just over here. Like, I really like. I know that a lot of people are calling it that, but I really don't think a lot of the people who are saying this genuinely think it's like equatable to that. Because if they sincerely believed it was equatable to that, they wouldn't be posting screenshots of his folder on Twitter, and they wouldn't be going out of their way to find like the actual images on like whatever website so that they know like exactly what he was looking at. Otherwise, that's just weird. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's very strange. Like I'm not like the basically what I'm getting at is I don't think that the people like I'm not trying to be like one of those people who's saying, "Oh, these people are just pretending to find it weird." No, I do think that they probably do sincerely find it weird and disturbing. But what I'm saying is I don't think that they believe it's equatable to like, you know, that because if they did, they wouldn't be looking at it. They would just see that one folder, be like, "Okay, that's all I needed to see of this. I'm done." And that would be the end of the story, right? But I don't know. The reason why I brought that up is because I just realized that out of all the people who like talked about this, I feel like Turkey Tom is like the only guy who's actually covered up the pictures this way.
Destiny's community.
And I was like, oh, that is an interesting point.
He was originally
I mean, I don't think Turkey Tom went out of his way to find the HD version just to verify the pictures either.
there
I
because
don't know. I think if you went out of your way to verify that, I I, I don't know. That's like seeing a person with like actual those kinds of pictures in their folder, but you're like, oh, the images are kind of blurry, so they might actually just be midgets. So let me look up the pictures to really make sure that it was that. Like, no, bro, that's
he was a frequent poster on Reddit Says. Now, back in the day, this was a social justice warrior subreddit known for brigading other subs.
yeah.
This was like during Gamergate, basically like early to mid 2010s, which is also when Vosh began calling into Destiny streams to talk about his beliefs. And even back then, he was an avowed Marxist or communist, whatever you really want to call it, and he was someone who took the position that any action for your political movement against your enemy, whether honest or dishonest,
Oh,
is
shit.
just to reach your political ends. Basically, you know, the ends justify the means, therefore, any
excuse me
means
debate.
For leftism or socialism or communism
Anyone remember
is
when
just to
Anyone remember when when Vosh like made one of Destiny's orbiters leave the community because he basically implied that in his ideal society he would get killed? I feel like you'd have to have been a Destiny fan for a very long time to know who that guy is, but there was this guy called Excuse Me, and they were having a debate about it, and but I mean yeah, Vosh used to be pretty edgy back in the day. I don't know how I feel about implying that you would kill or like I don't know, it's really weird.
embark on the communist revolution.
I mean, I say it's really weird, but I distinctly remember watching that debate and I did find it kind of funny. So,
Which is never going to happen.
Can't we just get along?
The problem is when you start to relabel what your opponents are talking about into some like crazy strawman shit that nobody believes in, I feel like you just heard everything. Nothing gets done. There's no valuable
I mean,
conversation
like,
anymore.
but what is there to be said about it? Gamergate is a harassment movement that was created by
that's not
4chan.
true.
oh my God, is that Vosh? He sounds so different. I know in one of the videos, one of the old videos of Destiny and Vosh talking, Destiny literally starts by saying that your voice sounds deeper, but I didn't know that that's what he used to sound like. Fucking hell.
Who are mad
Nah,
because
come on,
some indie
dog.
dev.
Come on.
As time passed, Irish Laddie continued to be a part of Destiny's community. The two would talk on stream, and he sort of became a fan favorite in the rotating guests. He was an interesting guy to have on. They always had good conversations, and they were somewhat thought-provoking, right? He always had something mildly interesting to say, although I admit sometimes what he was saying was just straight up retarded, and that was the appeal. That is, until the allegations. In early 2019, Destiny was approached with a series of allegations regarding Irish Laddie. The complaint was that he was sexually harassing various women.
Uh-oh, the poppy drama is becoming more mainstream. That's not good for Vosh. More people are starting to learn about the poppy shit. I mean, Tom probably already knew about the poppy shit, but him making a video on it, now that's
inside of the DGG community. He was basically spamming this girl named Poppy saying, "Look at my penis, look at it, freaking look at it. Hey, look at my dick."
For like a series of messages like, I know you want to see my dick, but you're a spiteful f***, and I know you'd share my dick pics around, even though it's in the exact upper spectrum of your preferred dick size range, right? For messages like these, it's pretty clear that you already know that this person doesn't like you, but you're still making these like highly sexual advances, even after they've explicitly, like continually not engaged with anything you've said.
Based?
What's he gonna do? Oh!
He's pulling his cock out! But after that became
What the
sort of
fuck?
a big allegation. Destiny banned Irish Laddie, obviously, and he had to go on to do his own thing without the help of this bigger community to leech off of. Now, he did address what happened, first of all, and he sort of danced around what happened a little bit, but in the end, he seemed to admit that what he did was not okay at the very least, if not, you know, full-on sexual harassment. So I guess it's good that he admitted it or something.
But since then, I have had more time to look at those logs. I have grown somewhat as a person over the past year and a half, and I feel differently
oh right, I'm
about
supposed
those
to be
logs
finding
now
them.
and about my behavior. When I was on Destiny's stream, I said that I had behaved cringily. I believe that I said, again, imperfect memory, that I had been at times a little creepy.
I'm assuming Tom is gonna subvert expectations by bringing up the fact that like even though he admitted guilt at first, eventually he like took that all back and started saying that Poppy's like a shitty person or whatever and doesn't deserve an apology. Yeah.
That I had pushed boundaries, that I had been overly facilitated towards sexual conversation. And people called me a harasser, a sexual harasser. And I thought, no, I'm not a sexual harasser. I just did those things I just described. I just pushed boundaries. I just talked about sex maybe too much.
Man, there's just something really funny. It's like Vosh is like the guy who committed like the original sin. Like he was a Destiny fan who became a Destiny orbiter, and you know, he had weird sex pest stuff going on with him. And I remember saying this in Stokes Discord like last night, like, you know, if Destiny's community attracts that kind of person in the form of Irish Laddie, then I mean, Vosh is definitely not going to be like the last one. And what a surprise, was not. In a server that is comprised almost entirely of Destiny fans, even if it's not necessarily Destiny's Discord, we've had 3 instances of people being inappropriate uh, to other people in DMs, and it's just so funny. Like the fact, but what makes it even funnier about just Stokes Discord, because I don't know if this has happened. Well, okay, I mean, I guess there's Darius, but aside from Darius, I don't know if there's like if this has happened like recently in Destiny's Discord, like amongst regular chatters. I mean, it Destiny is like barely involved in his own Discord, so and I'm barely active in the Discord. So if Destiny's not talking about it, then I won't know about it because I'm barely in the Discord anyway. But like I don't know, man. It's just so funny to be like how in Stokes Discord this happened like 3 times in the span of like barely over a week. It's like fuck me, dude.
Much.
You gotta be kidding me.
I just was
Uh,
perhaps not as cognizant
I
of
mean,
the
okay.
conversational.
I feel like the reason why this kind of stuff wouldn't happen as often in Destiny's Discord is because Destiny's Discord is like super tightly moderated. So it's kind of like the chances of that happening in like just Stokes Discord, which yeah has a moderation team but is pretty loosely moderated in by comparison, is like yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is that of course there's a higher likelihood of this happening in just Stokes Discord, but it's not that surprising because I mean, just Stoke doesn't seem particularly interested in running a Discord, nor does he seem particularly interested in telling his mods how to run the Discord. So it, I guess what I'm saying is that it shouldn't really be that surprising that a lot of like weird stuff end up happening there because the moderation isn't that tight. It's one of those moments where like you want to have a community of your own, centered around your like content, but you're not really interested in dealing with the stuff that actually comes with having to do that. And then you end up being surprised when your Discord turns into 4chan. Which I mean, to be honest, I think it's pretty obvious at this point that if it was like I mean, Jistoka has made it clear that if it wasn't for Discord terms of service, um, he'd pretty much let anything fly there. And yeah, um, that's just sort of funny to think about because yeah, if it wasn't for the terms of service, I mean, his Discord probably would be 4chan.
Partners.
Probably not as bad as like I don't expect to see people like dropping in videos of people getting decapitated or whatever like they do on 4chan. That shit's fucking freaky. But
Discomfort as I could have been. Do those
oh
things
fuck.
make me a sexual harasser? And I've thought about it over the past few days. The question seems a little leading. You can probably tell where I got. And the answer is that it doesn't really matter what I think. The logs are public. They're out there. People can see them. People have read them. And then they have accused me of engaging in sexual harassment. And far be it from me, somebody who smashes linguistic prescriptivists, to say that I've engaged in those behaviors, but not sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is what we define it to be, and the definition seems to have been laid out.
In Devosh's credit, following this, there seems to have not been another instance like this, and he managed to build a career for himself, despite being cut off from the community that built his initial following.
Oh,
this
boy.
isn't to say there haven't been bumps along the way, like when he compared to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Is he gonna talk about when when Vosh implied that British I guess he's if he's saying that there hasn't been any drama of Vosh like saying some sexually inappropriate stuff to women like lately. I guess he doesn't know about that, but there's like this British YouTuber, I forget her name. I used to watch her actually. But I kind of stopped because all of her videos are like fucking like 2 hours long. Like Jesus Christ. Um, and like I think she's like kind of conservative, but like not really. And like Vosh was like Vosh was like shitting on her videos, and then she just goes, "Oh, look at that skirt that she's wearing. Oh, she just wants to like get sexually harassed in like the Mad Men world, like in the world of, if you're familiar with the world of the TV show Mad Men, it's set in like the 1940s, and obviously the way women were treated back then, and obviously she reacted to the video, wasn't a big fan of Vosh's comments. But at this point, that's like a very common criticism towards Vosh is that Vosh seems to have a borderline, like, might actually be legitimately sexist. Like, there was that infamous comment that he said to J.K. Rowling, where, like, oh, uh, women learn to shut up and listen to, like, whatever, when he was, like, trying to defend trans people. And obviously, a lot of people were like, hold on, this seems a little bit counterproductive because you're being sexist towards women while defending trans women. And that, I don't know, Vosh is just cringe, okay? That, but you don't need me to tell you that. uh, fuck me.
To Iron Man.
Listen, all I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part
Oh.
where the good guy gets framed and he turns around and there are a bunch of angry cops and civilians staring at him, he drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't fucking unleash the fucking Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people who are threatening him implicitly by surrounding him and not allowing him free access out.
And he said a lot of other straight up retarded shit, but he's still thriving on YouTube to an extent
Oh
to
my
a pretty
God.
loyal audience of people who watch his stuff.
What are you, a fucking liberal? Jesus Christ!
But now things are tumbling down a bit for Vosh because he accidentally revealed something very, very saucy to his audience. And it ended up absolutely exploding on the internet, and everybody is talking about it. As you guys know, I obviously covered this little part recently, right? So this artwork of a horse absolutely destroying a Japanese lolly girl thing, which is, if you don't know what that is, just look it up. I don't want to explain this shit again, but it was very weird, it was very foul, and as a result, a lot of people began scrutinizing Vosh. I made a video about this already where I showed some of the more strange...
Did you see what he did there? It was very foul, and it was foul, get it? And it's a video of and it's a picture of a horse smashing a lolly. Foul. Oh, okay, all right. We'll move
clips
on.
of Vosh defending the indefensible.
We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or another. We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history tab, and we go like, oh jeez. Oh boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a all right? Should consuming child be legal? I think that would be,
What the
yes,
hell?
more
What was
legal
that?
and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%.
What the hell was that?
So the entire internet is dogpiling this guy, right?
What the fuck?
Commentary channels like Nicholas Diorio and Bo Blacks are destroying him. Not that it was super hard to
Why did I just hear a guy
destroy him
loud?
in the first place, but it was definitely a bad look, one might say. Ethan Klein tore him a new asshole on the H3 podcast where he blew it all up to an insanely
hell?
large audience.
That was weird. Bro, that gave me a heart attack. I just heard the guy meowing. Fuck. Somebody just told me to try fentanyl. God damn it. Why don't you try fentanyl? Who the fuck just said that? Fuck you. Fucking asshole.
It's much bigger than any of this
Tell me
community,
to
right?
try
And
that.
so at this point, Vosh is like, shh, I gotta explain myself. So he ended up making a 2-hour-long response video to everything, talking about it and talking about his position and how he feels about all of this, right? Now, I must make it clear that I do not like Vosh. I find him to be dishonest, annoying, and cringe.
My dad works at Google, and I will have him ban you from everything everywhere.
And obviously there's, this new thing, which is not great either.
What?
But he did do one funny thing once, and I think he deserves some level of respect for that. In this video, I drop an N-bomb. Big one. Hard R. I did this
Oh
to
man,
show
I
my
was about to
interlocutors
say,
that their
I was about
language
to say it's
doesn't
okay, I
impress
forgive
me,
you,
that
but I
their
can't tell
slurs
if you're
don't
being
frighten
sincere
or
or not.
disarm me. You can see from their reactions that it worked. They were clearly taken
I'm
aback.
gonna
It was a
choose
power
to
move, which
believe
I'm
you for
entirely
now.
unashamed of.
Okay,
But I
you
understand
are
how that language may
forgiven,
offend some of you.
Jesse
This is
boy.
an example of what I would call
Alright, for
invocation
now.
of a slur's power for good. But that's a subjective judgment. I invite you all to discuss this in the comments critically or otherwise. Yeah, man, that's that's why I did it too.
Hey yo, blacks be the real racists.
But
Oh,
Vosh
I
apparently
remember
is
that
not
shit.
a big boy. He cannot defend himself.
I actually know. The funny thing is, I know exactly what Vosh is quoting there when he said that because there was like there was like this thread on Reddit, a screenshot of it going around that people were making fun of. Oh, hello, Cody Shim. Code is him. Hello, Cody. Uh, right. Oh yeah, no. The thing that Vosh was quoting there was like this Reddit thread going around where like people wanted to start making quote unquote conservative rap. And they were like, here's my example of conservative rap. And then it just starts with, yo, blacks are the real racists. And I'm like, fucking Jesus Christ. But you know, the funny thing is, there's something funny to me about that thread saying, oh, we should start like conservative rap. Because, like, the thing is, conservative rap is like already a thing. So, like, you know, you have guys like, what's his name? There's this one, he kind of like he's the guy that gets like really sensitive about the fact that people keep commenting on the fact that he has braids despite being a white guy. Basically what I'm trying to say is that there's plenty of conservative rap. And you know what? Dare I say that some of it is even kind of good? I mean, I know that a lot of people will say that it's bad simply on the basis of it being conservative, but because you know when people are talking about like when it's conservative rap, it's gonna have conservative talking points. But I mean like specifically in regards to how it sounds. But obviously, I'm not like the person you should go to for your opinions on rap shit because I don't even listen to rap that much. So I mean, yeah.
Instead, he needs a league of increasingly strange people to step up to the plate to defend him against the allegations being levied at his character. The first of which being...
Keffals.
Yahoo!
Keffals is a political streamer, but compared to Destiny, she's not very popular. Actually, compared to Vosh, she's not very popular. Compared to anyone, she's not very popular. Her channel is fucking dead because she's bad at making content. The only place she's ever been popular is on Twitter, where she begs for validation for her dumbass opinions. And for a while, she got it.
Right.
She spearheaded the Drop Kiwi Farms movement back in the day, where she claimed the website was responsible for the death of a few different trans people. She claimed she was targeted by Kiwi Farms and raised hell on social media to make herself look like a victim. The police showed up at her home, where she claimed she was mistreated and misgendered, and she claimed she had to flee her hometown of London, Ontario to go to Ireland. To do so, she started a GoFundMe where she raised $100,000 from her audience. I need your help because I can't do this alone. I started a GoFundMe after being victimized by the London Police Services for being the victim of a hate crime. I need to move immediately, recoup my losses, and to build a legal fund to protect my rights. I've been subject to emotional damages, financial damages, blatant violations of the Human Rights Act, and discrimination against me on the basis of gender, identity, and expression. I was also subject to unjust seizures that not only affected my livelihood, but has severely disrupted the work my fiance is doing in their doctorate program, which has the potential to impact whether or not my fiance finishes their doctorate. Because there is no policy in my city against swatting, there's no guarantee this will not happen again, and my home is not safe. Her home is not safe. She needed help. So she went to Ireland, and with this money, she was promising to go after the London, Ontario Police Department in order to fight back against their transphobia. I mean, she says she's building a legal fund. At the time, she also had the support of the mainstream media, who claimed Kiwi Farms was erroneously attacking her and getting her swatted. She needed help.
Claire Sorrenti says a false email with her address was sent to London City Council, claiming she had killed her mother and was intending to shoot people at City Hall who were straight.
She also managed to get Kiwi Farms shut down at the time by targeting their DDoS protection company, Cloudflare. This spurred on a period of the site being up and then down and then up and then down, constantly switching domains, and for a time only being accessible through the Onion router, which is a browser that people use to access the deep web. As you can imagine, this made the site somewhat difficult to use and made growth basically impossible.
A web of hate. Kiwi Farms, that's an online forum that prides itself on free speech, which includes a lot of pure bigotry and harassment. Kiwi Farms has been dropped by its internet services company after being linked to violent threats.
At the time, she also hardcore targeted another familiar face, Destiny. She claimed he was in favor of stealthing, which is when you sneak off your rubber during slamming it in that pog pussy so you can shoot your seed deep in the loins of your partner.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape.
Man, There's something legitimately crazy to me about the fact that Destiny actually like mended a bridge with someone who like accused him of defending rape. I, but who won't Destiny mend the bridge with? I bet I don't know. I bet he'd even mend it with the DDoS kid despite wanting to kill him.
Insane. Insane.
This is just not true, by the way, but she never formally apologized publicly for this. She also tried to get him banned from Twitch, and lo and behold, around the same time, he was banned. She also indefinitely got him banned on Twitter at the time.
After noticing my quote tweet, Sorrenti quote tweeted my tweet at 11:17 p.m. UT.
I do actually find it kind of funny though that whenever people make videos on Keffals, they always mention the Destiny beef because the two of them have made up. Like, I bet a lot of people really don't like the fact that Destiny has mended that bridge. I mean, Keffals is literally in Destiny's Discord right now, and she probably does have perms to come on stream if she wants to. And like, I bet a lot of people don't like that at all, and probably want that bridge burnt as quickly as possible. But it's probably not going to happen anytime soon, unless Keffals starts taking shots at Destiny again, which I kind of doubt she will, but. Whatever.
PC in an attempt to get my account reported and banned. She's a big fan of this. Quote tweet somebody, mass report them. Hi Twitter support, this is Omnidesk, uses the account, blah blah blah. Ban evasion, blah blah blah. She always does this.
At the time, there was a lot of momentum behind Keffals.
So Keffals usually kind of dresses up like tomboyish, right? Can we just agree that she cleans up real nice? You know what I'm saying? Like when she, maybe puts on a little bit of lipstick and, puts on a nice outfit and stuff like that. She cleans up like a shiny new penny. Is that wrong for me to say? I don't think so. She's a good-looking gal.
He's dodging because it's like, yeah, dude, if you had a wife, you would watch her have sex with another woman. It's okay to be a cuck. It's fine.
I'm fucking high thinking about you.
She would get tens of thousands of likes on every tweet, and she wielded her audience to get people who disagreed with her banned, sometimes very successfully. She tried to get Nicholas Diorio banned back in the day because he talked her on Twitter. What a fucking week. I get associated with getting both Destiny and Lauren Southern banned on Twitch, and now the final boss of transphobes is trying to coordinate a dox on me. When you do the right thing, you make the right enemies. But with time, this momentum failed. That GoFundMe I mentioned? Well, she just pocketed that money. She did file a human rights complaint against the cops, which means nothing, and it's free. And ever since then, she's been bleeding followers, trying desperately to get her YouTube channel off the ground, which has not happened because she's extremely boring and just not entertaining, and just sort of existing on Twitter. And Kiwi Farms is now back up. Okay. But in February of 2023, she ended up getting a little taste of her own medicine when her community turned on her with a bunch of allegations of racism, ableism, and some other things.
Hold on. Reach break. I need a reach break. Give me a reach break for like two minutes. Give me a reach break, okay? I can't keep listening to reach.
Now this is funny to see, but Keffals was kind of at rock bottom here in terms of relevancy. Like, she was getting like 100 likes a tweet. Since then, she's been able to build up a little bit of goodwill and actually get some people to follow her Twitter again, and she's managed to build up a little bit of an audience again, right? And she just had to ruin it by defending Vosh. So I guess instead of like normal streaming, she's now portraying herself as a little chibi character thing. Oh, it's so cute. I wonder what it looks like in real life. Oh my god. Zer is beautiful.
She cleans up like a shiny new penny.
So she made this video to defend Vosh, where her biggest point is, well, Chris from Mr. Beast likes lolly, so you should also...
Listen, I'm kind of tempted to comment on the fact that, like, a lot of people like to imply that Keffals is, ugly, but there was that one time in that one VOD where she actually was looking pretty attractive, okay? Maybe that's not how she looks most of the time, and to be fair, you're not seeing the gut that was in that picture. You're only seeing from up here. And she was also dressing in a way that called a lot of tension to over here, which can sometimes help boost one's look. Anyway, you know what? We're moving on. Okay, we're moving on.
Call out Chris from Mr. Beast if you're mad at Vosh or something.
The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between like drawn lolly and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. It's ridiculous to pretend otherwise.
GG. Take it from me.
Okay.
That's the end.
Okay.
That's just so funny, man.
I mean, he basically...
He's right.
Therefore,
right.
he just did like a transitive property. Therefore, I want to f kids. Like it's like a clean equation.
Yep.
He says, I watch lolly. And people who watch Lolly want to f kids.
Chris enjoys LollyCon. She's arguably one of the largest trans public figures in the world, host to a channel that is beloved by millions of children. Where is this energy for protecting kids, Ethan? Or do you not care about children, and only care about attacking low-hanging fruit that can't fight back? I find this selective moral outrage to be rather telling. It either points to the fact that you don't care about child abuse, or that you only care about it when you can use it to feather and tar people you don't like.
For those who are not aware, there are these old tweets from Chris Tyson from like 2016, where at the time, he said he was a big Shadman fan, and he also said, well, he said that. Oh no. And so Keffals' biggest defense is, hey, this famous trans person likes Lolly, and Vosh also likes it, so let's talk about Chris too, if you want to be morally consistent. But I would actually agree. For the first time with Keffals, I would agree. Let's get the conversation started. Let's get...
Man, there's something really funny to me. Someone else, I think it was Irrelevant, pointed this out on JSTLK stream. There's something really funny about how when people started calling Keffals a pedo for defending Vosh, she pulled out the, look at these transphobes calling trans people pedos, and then, like, the first thing she thinks of to, like, try and, like, move the attention away from herself and Vosh is to imply the same thing of yet another trans person. Like, it's so fucking weird. I don't know.
Get it actually fucking going. I want to talk about...
I mean, did she realize that she was being somewhat inconsistent when she did that?
About it. You want to talk about it? Let's talk about Chris from Mr. Beast's liking lolicon stuff.
Shout out to Chris, but I love Sunny.
This whole situation has honestly...
What the fuck? I actually thought that Tom was about to drop some bars there.
Ruined anime for me so fucking much that I never want to watch anime again. I don't want anything to do with anime. I got my waist bin here, and I got some of my anime. We got Death Note, one of my favorites. It, throw it in the bin. We got some Dragon Ball Z, another great anime show.
Okay, I was gonna say you don't have to throw away Death Note because Death Note doesn't have lollies. But if you're trying to get rid of everything that may feature lollies in it, you might want to get rid of Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball does have Chi-Chi, like fucking, you know, like pre-time skip Chi-Chi in a very interesting outfit, to say the least.
Well, with Vosh's past being relitigated, other people involved here also had their past looked into. And as many of you know, Keffals has a pretty checkered past herself. This brings us to the Catboy Ranch allegations.
Oh boy.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Seeing as Keffals is trending, let's just remember a 30-year-old man, Keffals, sent out these Catboy collars to underage children in his Catboy Ranch grooming Discord. And here we have a screenshot of someone named Femboy Finance tweeting out that everyone in the server gets sent collars, saying property of Catboy Ranch on them to show that they're a part of this server, this little online community. Now, this rumor has been circulating for a long time, and I was pretty against covering it at length, at least, in my previous videos about Keffals, for the sole reason that I felt like I had enough against her to show her dishonesty without playing into those allegations, which it seemed to me were an easy point for her at the time anyway, to be like, well, they're spreading fake grooming allegations, therefore their opinion is invalidated, because at the time, nobody believed the Catboy Ranch stuff at all, and I had enough to show that she was a liar without that. But this has been sent into the stratosphere now, and the Kiwi Farms thread has gotten a bunch more attention, as various YouTubers spend the time to look into it. For example, Mudahar tweeted out saying he wanted to look into the Catboy Ranch allegations, and some smaller publications have also made articles talking about this and how they are curious as to what the truth is here, but it's kind of unproven. And I will admit, the Catboy Ranch stuff, we don't have definitive proof of Keffals grooming a minor one-on-one, talking to them and sexting them, right? We don't have that. What we have is, I would argue, maybe even darker. So let's get into it. The central point of the ongoing controversy revolves around allegations that this Catboy Ranch has been accused of serving as a potential haven for individuals engaging in grooming activities, sparking concerns about Discord child grooming. However, Keffals contends that Catboy Ranch serves as a community on her Twitch platform, providing a space for transgender individuals to connect and avoid feelings of isolation, as highlighted in a March 2022 tweet addressing the Discord server. So what even is Catboy Ranch, and what can be proven about it? Well, we know there was a server called Catboy Ranch stretching back a few years. We know Keffals has admitted to running it. We also know that people who said they were on the server were also, at the time, 16 years old. When told to stay away from minors, she said there are both trans teens and parents parts of trans teens in my Twitch chat, and I'm not going to let some lib debate lord take away from what I do to support my community. Now, the kind of grooming being alleged here is kind of twofold. On one hand, you have people claiming that she is actively, committing the actions of a pedophile on children. And as far as that, we don't have proof of that. There's no evidence of that. So that is, up in the air, and I would say probably she hasn't done that. That being said, what we do know she did is contribute to sending hormones to teenagers to help them transition. What? And this is not a joke. This is not an allegation. This is something she's openly defended, and to this day, there's no way she can walk this back because she actively was promoting this behavior. So we'll start with this account called Chloe, or Bob Posting, which openly is advertising hormones. Keep in mind, this person's not a doctor, and there's no way for teenagers to legally purchase hormones on the internet. But they are, at the very least, here, openly promoting something called the DIY HRT Directory, which was a site dedicated to teaching people how to ingest their own homemade and ordered hormones. This person also bragged about getting more than 500 minors on hormones, which is pretty disgusting, and in my opinion, makes this person deserve jail time. I cannot imagine anyone in their right mind supporting someone who's not a doctor and has no parental approval to do so, shipping estrogen to children over the internet. That is fucking crazy. But all the people involved here are crazy, as Destiny at one point pointed out.
Firstly, it's important to recognize that Sorrenti was a big supporter of the DIY HRT directory. Sorrenti began supporting the directory in June.
Okay, it's so funny because I feel like Turkey Tom needs to call out Destiny in this, right? I mean, unless Keffals disavows Catboy Ranch now, which I don't think she does. I mean, Turkey Tom does need to acknowledge on some level, hey, at Progressive Victory, Destiny did mend the bridge with this chick who I consider to be violating the law, and Destiny. The reason why I feel like Turkey Tom needs to mention this is because Turkey Tom is pretty friendly with Destiny. He's appeared on Destiny streams a few times, and anyone who knows about this, I think it's a little bit weird to not point out, to not acknowledge that a person who you consider to be your friend is a chummy with someone that you consider to be doing grooming, right? I feel like he kind of needs to bring that up. Or maybe he just genuinely doesn't know about that. Again, how many people actually know about the fact that Destiny and Keffals mended the bridge? Apparently not that many, because people keep trying to, make them fight.
June 26th of 2022, tweeting that she is donating thousands of dollars a year to the website so people can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. And follows it with another tweet saying that she will never back down. Chloe acknowledges and thanks Sorrenti for the sponsorship. I am donating thousands of dollars a year to a resource so people affected by hysterical anti-trans laws can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. If you guys are wondering why she did back down a few days ago, you're about to find out why. Wow. Thank you, Keffals, for your support for our project. Me and the team give our thanks.
So Keffals was openly supporting this person and this site with money, with her own community lending their support to promoting the image of this service, which, make no mistake, is extremely illegal. And even if it was somehow legal, I'm of the belief that it's extremely wrong to place yourself in a position of authority over thousands of teenagers you have never met and send them hormones against the will of their parents. I don't think kids should be hormonally transitioning anyway, but even if you somehow think that is okay, I think it's a pretty safe argument to make that random strangers on the internet should not be shipping drugs to children. I see this as no different than a stranger online shipping heroin to a minor. It is disgusting. And Keffals is flirting with this person and funding them personally, so she herself is also responsible for sending kids drugs. And she's so cocky about this too, being happy about the work she's done. The dishonesty and deplatforming alone is enough for me to think Keffals is a bad person. Everything else is enough for me to believe she belongs in jail, which is why when people ask me what I think about Keffals on stream, I have probably 10 different ways said that I hope she ends up in a very nice bouncy castle and lives out the rest of her days in peace. Mashallah. Now, the HRT directory itself explained to people how they could purchase homemade drugs made by other trans people behind their parents' backs. It had listings of places to purchase them, and it would come delivered with lolicon packaging just to top it all off, really. This is like Giggly Goon Clown tier shit. And it's being promoted by someone like Keffals, who is someone who is respectable to, well, to no one except for Vosh and Tipster, but still, she's got an audience, she's got an active YouTube channel, she's got a Twitter account, and from these accounts, she was promoting a website which sends hormones to children. That is fucking crazy. Now, the DIY HRT directory in the form I showed you has not been up for some time. The reason why is when Keffals was peaking in internet relevance, it became a big deal, and people began looking into who was running the site and exploring legal consequences for them. As you can imagine, they got scared and they ran. And she also went on the H3 podcast where she tried to cover it up as well and make it look like she actually wasn't doing what she was clearly doing, which is giving hormones to children.
I mean, some of them do actually have the support of their families, but some of them don't. Like, some of them are in, like, really
I remember that shit.
fundamentalist Christian.
I remember when she tried to lie and say that that shit was just like, what do you call it? That whole thing was just like hosted in like her chat. She tried to act like the Discord doesn't exist and it's just like in her stream chat, that community.
In households, and
Right.
the only
Capping-
place they really
capping
feel
hard.
safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch.
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public.
Yeah.
Because they make me it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and
Discord.
stuff. But that's not even the case.
No.
A few minutes later.
I want to give you an opportunity to talk about this because there's people who are pointing this out that on your website, keffals.gg, you'll have a link here that says do it DIY HRT.
Yeah. So it's a website where people can learn about DIY hormones. Basically, I mean, some.
Later on in that same show, she's pushed to admit that there is a separate directory she links to from her own website. I don't believe she ever brings up any of the locked rooms in her Discord as well. I don't think we included that in here, but... The original claim, Ethan asks about homemade hormones.
And then they also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my God. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
While it sounds like an extreme claim, Chloe, one of the co-founders of the site, has actually given tips on brewing testosterone and estrogen in a bathtub, as well as making several jokes and references to doing so. She's also referenced minors and pink pilling, the act of convincing someone they're trans, on multiple occasions as well. These are a lot of old posts by her on Twitter and in Discord. Transphobic parents doesn't provide child opportunities to get on legit HRT. Surprised that the child is self-medicating. Chloe, pink pilling minors is based actually.
I'm beginning to think that JSTLK's Discord is obsessed with Lolly. They talk about it non-stop. It's fucking insane. Jesus Christ.
They reach out and express a desire for HRT. Chloe, I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean
like they were talking about it.
HRT
They were talking about it this
after they reach
morning
out.
when I went in the Discord this morning, and now they're talking about it again, at like however many hours later. Bruh.
Best case against do-it-yourself are the people against DIY who don't know that T is literally a steroid. No one tell him I've helped more than one minor or ... Pretend to be me in the replies. I just got a triple-digit number of people access to necessarily medical care last weekend. This is just true, though. Was I supposed to say something like, I groomed a Discord full of minors into being trans and sold them bathtub estrogen laced with meth? This is also true.
But make no mistake, these people should be in jail. They should be on trial and then put in jail for a very long time. But as of now, they're walking around on the streets after having sent hormones to hundreds of children. These people get extremely verbose at the idea of trans people being groomers, which is something often pushed by conservatives like Matt Walsh. And I would agree, not all trans people are groomers. That is a ridiculous claim. At the same time, these people are literally shipping drugs, steroids, hormones, whatever you want to call them, to kids against their parents' will and making a secret of it. This is an extremely disturbing revelation, much more so than the lolly thing in my opinion. That is bad. This is abhorrent and deserving of some kind of French Revolution type deal, because there are actually minors' lives at stake. I may do a main channel video about this with some time. I would like to see what else happens first and see if there's any more developments, but this is a very dark story here, and the people involved should have their faces in books about how to protect your kids so you can recognize people who are coming for them. Genuinely disappointed seeing what H3 did to Vosh earlier tonight. You'd think after everything Hassan's community as well as others in the past have done to misrepresent Ethan, he wouldn't be so quick to do the same to others. Yet here we are. He even used the same out of context clips right-wingers have used to defame Vosh time and time again. Okay, so I watched the H3 segment on this, and there's like no greater context to be provided. It's just videos of Vosh being a freak, and then Ethan being like, oh yeah, he also had weird degenerate shit on his hard drive, which is all stuff that happened. I don't even know if Tipster is a real person. It feels like this is written by Chat GPT or something. The Chat GPT Vosh defense. I hope Ethan is happy, labeling me and my community that is disproportionately made up of trans people all pedophiles for simply asking him to do better research has made all the most insane anti-LGBT freaks come out of the woodworks to mock, harass, and dehumanize us. So you're mad that people are making fun of you.
I think that shit is just so cringe. I really hate when people do that. When people, like, this is part of the reason why sometimes the idea of, like, protected classes should not be a thing, because then you, like, create the idea in a lot of people's minds who, like, fit within, and I fully acknowledge, obviously, as a black person, technically I'm part of a protected class too, but, like, because you end up creating this idea in a lot of people's heads that they can use their identity to excuse whatever behavior they might be doing. And it's just like so cringe. I hate it. I mean, I'm more used to hearing it within the context of like, you don't like my shit movie that I made? Oh, you must be racist, bro. But still, like, fuck me. And I think this is the thing that pissed off Contra enough to make Contra want to make a video on her, which was supposed to come out yesterday, but I guess that's not happening anymore.
To be clear, this is a person who defended Lolicon openly and said there's absolutely nothing wrong, whatever, and was also funding a website that sends hormones to kids. That is on the record. That is indisputable. People being mean to Keffals should be the least of her concerns. That is a drop in the bucket of things that should happen to Keffals.
Okay.
I mean,
I think we do need to be a little bit more factual here. I don't think Keffals actually defended Lolicon because I think Keffals does think that Lolly is like actual noncery, right? I mean, that's what she canceled Food Shops over. Although Food Shops, I'm pretty sure Food Shops is like an actual pedophile, like because of the things that Food Shops has said, like irregardless of Lolly, just like the things she said outside of that has me almost certain that Food Shops is like an actual pedophile. But I'm pretty sure that Keffals was just saying that she believes Vosh looked at that stuff on accident. I don't think she like defended Lolly and said that there's nothing wrong with Lolly. I don't think that was Keffals' take. But to be honest, when you're someone as disliked and when you're someone with a reputation like Keffals, I mean, you can say something like that, which is probably not true, and people would just like accept it. So, whatever.
It's just fucking insane. These people are sick in the head. And this guy, Tipster, is friends with Keffals as well, to be clear. Let me ask the audience a question here. What would you think of a 35-year-old man who is friends with a 30-year-old trans person who sends hormones to kids? What would you think about that guy? I certainly would not think anything positive about them. With this stuff being discussed again at all, and Keffals' deplatforming powers being severely hampered, it seems to me like we are inching slightly closer to those who deserve punishment actually being punished. Or maybe nothing will happen at all. Maybe that's the real black pill, and they're all just going to get away with it. But at this point, I think Vosh is really just the first domino, no matter what, and some of the most disgusting people online being exposed. And it's my pipe dream that some real action can come of that, whatever it may be. If it doesn't, well, at least it's documented all out there on the internet so everyone knows what a piece of shit all of these people are. What? Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. And be sure to become a member. For
Didn't even go that much into.
You get the members only podcast.
It didn't go into Tipster as much as I thought he would, to be honest. I thought a good chunk of this video was going to be about him as well, but it's not. I do find it kind of funny that he expects, like he's hoping that like Keffals and friends will like end up in jail, but I mean, let's keep it real. That's obviously not gonna happen anytime soon. And also, again, I do find it kind of funny that he never like he mentioned the beef between Keffals and Destiny, but at no point does he ever mention, hey, Keffals and Destiny have made up, and it is like a little bit weird that Destiny was like actually totally willing to forgive someone who I consider to be like involved with grooming. I'm just saying, like if he wanted to be consistent, he definitely would call out Destiny, but again, Keffals is literally in Destiny's Discord, right? Like I'm in Destiny's Discord. I can see that we have mutual servers because for some reason Keffals is there, and like it's like I'm just saying, for consistency's sake, you'd probably be like, hey, Destiny, you probably shouldn't associate with that guy anymore or that girl. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I'm just saying for consistency's sake. Yeah, maybe. All right. This is the other thing that I wanted to watch. Grade A Under A is finally back. We never thought it would happen, but it did. I'm just genuinely curious if his videos are still any good, because I feel like I stopped watching him even before he stopped making content. It's just funny that he was gone forever, and then he just sort of comes back. But is he still funny? That's like a thing I'm genuinely curious about. I think the reason why he stopped making videos in the past is because he genuinely ran out of things to even like make videos about. I mean, there was one time, I forget what year it was, but there was one time where he was gone for a while, came back and made like maybe 1 or 2 videos and then disappeared again. If I were to like make a theory, I think Grade A disappears when he's financially okay, and then when he's strapped for cash, he comes back to get some of that sweet, sweet AdSense. For those of you who don't know, Grade A Under A is actually, or I don't know if he still is, but there definitely was a time where he was like pretty good friends with Leafy. It would be pretty fucking funny if Grade A Under A ended up getting nuked the same way that Leafy did, although I think Grade A Under A has like enough common sense to like, well, I was gonna say he has enough common sense to like not make videos like a bunch of videos on like one individual and basically harassing them, but like I think at one point he got in trouble for like shitting on fucking Markiplier, so maybe not. Maybe he will learn from Leafy's mistake, but it would just be really funny if he ended up going in the same direction where he gets nuked off the internet and then for some reason he ends up being like super right wing the way Leafy did. And to be honest, speaking as someone who used to be a fan of Leafy when I was a kid, seeing Leafy's descent into right wingness was pretty disappointing, to say the least. But it's one of those things where like you kowtow to the only audience that's willing to accept you, because he like started making content on Rumble now, and
Swear words! Mate, they're disgusting! I hate them and so do you! I think we can all agree that things like racism and sexism and all of these are bad, right? But swear words are worse than all of them combined! And anyone who swears and says naughty words in their videos deserves to be murdered! Or at least be demonetized and have their videos not be shown as much and be broke. Right, Susan? Seriously though, I've made a video in the past about swear words and how I think they're stupid, right? But I thought it'd be fun to revisit the topic, mate. To show just how fucking stupid this whole censoring nonsense and the fear of words that might offend the emotionally fragile has gotten. So I'll present to you, right, the absolute fucking stupidest examples of censoring things I've ever seen in my 12 years of being alive that make no sense whatsoever. Let's go! By the way, really quickly, right, it seems that YouTube has started age-restricting my new uploads for no reason. Bastards! And not only that, right, but I uploaded the same video on my Grade A and Grade B channel, and this one got flagged as not advertiser-friendly, but this one had no issues. Even though it's the same video file. So it's pretty clear that my channel is on some YouTube shit list, right? So if you can, right, give this video a like, mate. Give me those algorithm points, right, and help me beat this injustice. Okay, cheers, mate. Let's start the video. Now listen, I think we can all agree, right, that censoring swear words with bleeps and those stupid asterisks is fucking pointless. Like I can say, that's why I fucked you, bitch, you fat motherfucker. With all the bleep censoring it, right? But do you think anyone's actually sat there wondering to themselves, I wonder what he said? Fuck no! Mate, of course not! Everyone knows exactly what was said. Literally everyone. Listen, we all know censoring is pointless, right? But we still do it anyways, even though no one asked for it and no one wants it. Ever. Like the only time you would want censoring, right, is if your granddad was naked and started flopping his old dick around, or to censor your IP address so you can get the cheapest deals online for things like Netflix, Spotify, and so much more, which you can do with NordVPN. Mate, NordVPN is actually the cheat code of the internet. On top of protecting you in so many different ways that is basically the Swiss Army knife of online safety, right? But it can also save you buckets of cash. Mate, I don't know if you know this, right?
Bro, he was dead for so long. How does he already have a sponsor? What the fuck? He just immediately gets a sponsor as soon as he comes back.
Companies often charge wildly different prices.
You know what? It would be really funny if it turns out that the sponsor is the reason why he came back. Somebody saw his YouTube channel, messaged him, and is like, alright, well, I guess I can make a few extra bucks doing this.
For their products, depending on what country you're in. Like standard Netflix and Disney Plus cost $15.50 and $14 a month to sign up for in America, right? But in Argentina, it's less than $7.50 for both. What? No fair! But don't worry, mate, because with NordVPN servers all around the world, you basically get to pick which prices you pay. And mate, it's so easy. Like Spotify and Apple Music would cost you $22 in the USA, right? But mate, just open up NordVPN, click and connect to an Indian server, and look at that, right? It's now $2.60 for both. And Prime Video and a Chess.com membership. Mate, I hope you've got $13 every month. Oh wait, no, actually, or you could open up NordVPN and connect to a Turkish server, and look at that, mate. It's now less than $2 for both. Mate, how amazing is that? Again, right, go to nordvpn.com/grade A to get a huge discount, right? And to get prices like these instead of these rip-off prices. And mate, NordVPN only costs a few dollars a month in itself. And it doesn't stop there, mate. Now all of these become cheaper, YouTube Premium becomes way cheaper. Plane tickets, concert tickets. Mate, it's such a laugh hack, right? What are you waiting for, mate? Go get that shit right now. And with NordVPN's risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, you have no reason not to try it. Mate, it's actually costing you money to not buy NordVPN. So what are you waiting for? Go to nordvpn.com/grade A to get a huge discount and 4 months free now. In Ludacris's song Saturday, there's a disgusting lyric in it, right? Where he says, "Pocket full of cash, just seen a big old ass." Big old ass! Mate, no one wants to see big old ass. That's disgusting. And worst of all, offensive. We can't have people hearing that. But thank God for censors, right? Because they saved the day by telling Ludacris to get his shit together, right? And change it from this. Pocket full of cash, just seen a big old ass. To this. Pocket full of cash, just seen a big old a sexual moan. They replaced the word ass with a sexual moan. Yeah, because that's better, isn't it? How does that make sense, mate? So the word ass, not allowed, right? But the sound you'd make if someone shoved something up your ass. Oh, no. Something smaller.
Why does it feel like the part of the map that they want me to go to is this part here that I can't go to yet?
Example number 2. In this Daily Mail article from May 2017, right, we see Amber Rose and French Montana chilling together and frolicking in the sea and shit. Top journalism, by the way, right?
But
Not sure what the world would have done without that information.
But
unfortunately, there's a disgusting and worst of all, offensive picture of Amber Rose, brace yourselves, showing her middle finger. Mate, the dreaded middle finger. But don't worry, mate, because thank God, right, the Daily Mail did the decent thing and blurred out Amber's middle finger. But what they didn't blur out were her fucking ginormous basketball-sized tits half hanging out her shirt. What the fuck, man? Mate, how does that make sense? How is a finger more problematic and inappropriate than a fucking ginormous tits? That's so stupid. That's like seeing a dick pic and blurring out the belly button.
That's just free the titty, to be honest. Come on.
Moving on, mate. Example number 3. This
The
next
hell?
clip is from that show. You know that?
Did I just hear someone's voice? Oh. That was weird. For a second there, I thought I heard Nebs. That was weird. Alright, carrying on.
One where they take wanker kids and take them to prison to try and scare the shit out of them, right? To not go to prison and that, change their ways. Beyond scared straight. Yeah, I love it, mate. Anyways, in this show, right, we get another masterclass on censoring offensive shit. Just watch this.
Hear me now. The wall ain't gonna hit back. I'll flip your ass out this chair.
Did you see that? Look again.
I'll flip your ass out this chair.
Your mom says you whoop her ass.
They censored the word in the subtitles, but they don't censor them saying it.
Word ass, but not the word being spoken. That's
Lol.
not a problem, mate.
Your mom says you whoop her ass.
They censored the spelling. So the spelling is more offensive than the word itself. Like saying the actual word itself, right? Not a problem. Ass. But don't you dare spell that shit. Ah! Oh my God, no, mate, my eyes. Someone cover it up, quick. Phew, that's better. Example number 4. In this NFL highlights video of a game between the Seattle Seahawks and the Green Bay Packers, content censors took censoring to dizzying heights of brand new brain deadness, right? By doing this. Have a look. They censored his lips, mouthing the word fuck. What the fuck, man? Mate, the guy's not even mic'd up, so it's not like we would have heard him say fuck anyways. So you can't spell certain words because they're too offensive, right? But then you can't even move your mouth in the pattern as if you were saying them. You can't even lip sync them. And also, right, they showed this in the highlights. Like, this wasn't even part of the game. This happened on the sidelines, so they could have easily left this bit out. But they did show it, just so they could censor it and not show it. Mate, that is so fucking stupid, I can't even describe to you, mate. And if you don't agree with that, right, you need Jesus. Or do you? Example 5. Have a look at this clip from the NFL's second mean tweets video on Jimmy Kimmel, right? Because they broke new censoring standards again with this. Have a
That
look.
shit's giving me a headache, to be honest.
Maurice Jones-Drew is thicker than a milkshake.
They bleeped out Jesus! What's going on here, man? You can't bleep out Jesus! Listen, I thought bleeping out was for offensive words or for body parts that give people boners. So if they're bleeping out Jesus, does that mean that Jesus is now offensive?
You
And this
can't.
is kind of like how you can't
Oh,
show the
God.
Prophet Muhammad, right? Turns out now you can't say Jesus either.
I'm actually starting to realize that
Sorry.
coming on stream right now was a terrible idea because I'm actually starting to feel. Not only do I have a headache, but I'm actually starting to feel sleepy. Fuck's
I
sake.
mean, Jesus.
How long have I been going? Surely not that long.
But mate, Jesus
Only
is a
2
name.
hours.
How are you going to bleep out
Fuck.
a name? No, we don't even censor this guy's name when we say it, right? But now we bleep in
That's
Jesus.
better than not at all.
Jesus. But I would have thought that names had immunity to
Christ.
censoring, right? Because, come on, man, they're names. But if that's not the case, right, I guess we can no longer say Vladimir Klitschko anymore. Or Courtney Cox. Or Dick Van Dyke. Ha! Stupid, right? What's the world coming to? But you know what? I don't care, right? So long as I get to say the name of my childhood hero, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Example number, I forgot, I lost count, right? Not too long ago, right, I was watching the UFC 279, I think it was, right, where Khamzat Chimaev was fighting. And after beating the shit out of someone's face, right, he says this.
I'm here with the winner, Khamzat Chimaev. We'll kill everybody. I kill that guy. Kill everybody! Yeah, kill everybody. I kill everybody. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Woo!
He's bragging about killing people, right? That they didn't feel the need to censor. Him threatening to murder someone in the name of God, not a fucking problem, right? Not offensive. But what was offensive was this.
The guy said to me, the doctor, you have to drink water and make some vitamins.
They told me to take some vitamins and shit. So basically, you're allowed to talk about killing people in the name of God, but God forbid you talk about taking vitamins and shit. Jesus Christ. Right, so to recap, we've shown that the word arse is more offensive than sexual sounds, and an innocent finger is more offensive than sexual sights. We've shown that the spelling of a word can be even more offensive than the word itself, and that even if you have the TV on mute, swear words can still offend you. And so can the leader of the Christian faith, Jesus Christ. If that doesn't show you that censoring has genuinely got to be the stupidest fucking thing on earth, and we have reached such dizzying heights of retardedness when it comes to swearing, then I don't know what to tell you, mate. Oh my god, as if I actually uploaded a video! Mate, it's like it's 2016 again. But yeah, mate, I've been a busy boy the past year and a half or so, right? As I showed in my last video. I've got a bunch of videos made that I'll be uploading going forward, but there's a few back-end things I'll still have to figure out.
You know what? I think the reason why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling right now is because the heating's
since I last uploaded, do you know what I mean? So the plan is to upload one video every 2 weeks to begin with, right? And then eventually get back to weekly videos soon enough. And I also sometimes stream on Twitch of me working on new videos, right? And sometimes gaming. Badly. So if you want, right, follow me there too. Alright, 2 videos coming up in March, right? One of them's definitely going to be this one, and the other one, I don't know, mate. If you have any suggestions, leave them in the comments, innit? Alright, cheers, mate. Peace.
So, the final verdict. Is he still funny? Well, I didn't laugh at any point during the video, so I don't know.
Salutations and welcome or welcome back
but
to
I
my
am
channel.
feeling a little
My name
under
is
the weather,
Keffals,
so
and I
maybe
make
that's not
videos
his
about
fault.
everything and anything to do with modern society. And that is precisely what we are talking about today, because this is a very interesting video reaction that I think underpins a rather prevalent phenomena in modern societies today, especially as it pertains to social media. Now, this video may be about lesbian bar drama, but I think it speaks to a rather bigger issue that I think is so important and is just so, as I said, prevalent today. Now, I'm going to be reacting to a reaction of the original video by a content creator who I think exemplifies this point that I'm going to be trying to make, because it is something that has been getting on, I wouldn't say my nerves exactly, but it's something that really speaks to this issue right now, which is minorities not being taken seriously and increasingly not being taken seriously because of video reactions such as this and what they exemplify. And I think the thing which this reaction really shows is the difference, the stark difference between 2 groups of people and the sort of monopolization over a conversation and over the entirety of people by this one group of people who are just, at least when it comes to social media, everywhere. In our world of the oppression Olympics, there are, in my mind, 2 groups of people. The first being actual minorities, and the second group being people who cosplay their minority status. This isn't to say that the cosplayers aren't minorities. It's just to say that they have essentially created either a brand or an aesthetic around their minority status, which they actually don't live by, mainly because not all minorities are equal insofar as
kind of like a certain streamer that we were talking about earlier. Just saying.
Being minorities. There are particular minorities who are more privileged than other minorities, and no minority is exactly the same, comes from the same background or the same circumstances, has the same experiences, etc. What I see online is that people who cosplay their minority status get a lot more attention and are a lot more successful than actual minorities. And I think this is for quite obvious reasons.
Kind of like a
Firstly,
certain
their
streamer we were
minority
talking about earlier. Holy shit. It's funny how all the videos that I watch like connect, you know, it's like
playing is often very aestheticized, it looks good, and it gets them brownie points from the group and from their subscribers and their viewers. Being a minority is seen as something hip or cool and trendy. You can create a whole style, an entire brand around being a minority. And for that reason, people essentially want to be you or they want to emulate you. Why I call it cosplaying is because these people aren't in fact living the realities of being a minority. And this leads me to the queer Kiwi and this sort of content which I think really exemplifies this very point, this very difference between actual minorities and those who like to cosplay their minority status. And this particular video reaction exemplifies this point perfectly for me. In this video, the queer Kiwi reacts to a recent TikTok drama revolving around a lesbian bar. And this is said video which went viral on TikTok and which has resulted in a plethora of responses from different individuals all across the internet.
Friday night, I went to my first lesbian bar. I was about to go home early, but then my friend who's a lesbian came over to the bar at the restaurant we were at and said, I'm gonna go to this bar, do you want to come? And I was like, absolutely, why not? We got there and I was having so much fun. Everyone was so nice. The music was all like Renee rap and I was living my best life. until one of our guy friends wanted to meet up with us, and he comes into the bar for quite literally 2 minutes. Literally wanted to come in, say hello, and leave. Girl approaches him pretty soon after he walks in and goes, "What are you doing here?" To be honest, I was a little taken aback because as a straight woman in a gay bar, and also a straight woman who goes to a male gay bar, I've never felt like
I
that
need to be
before,
very careful with
or
that.
been approached like that. The girl goes on to say, like, I've been coming to this bar for 10 years and blah, blah, blah. Basically, like, my friend didn't belong there. Now I get it. It's a gay bar for women. But the amount of very obviously flamboyantly gay men that were in that bar that were not being approached and yelled at was wild. And I'm just curious, your thoughts on this, because I was like, I looked at her and I was nice until I wasn't. But the way she spoke to us, like, as a group, and I looked at her and I was like, he is with us, he's good. Like, she was not having it. She did not want him in that bar at all, and I get it. But, like, there's no rules against that. Unless there are, and I didn't see them. But we left soon after because we had already been there for a while, and he just literally came to say hello. But I'm just curious, like, are straight males not allowed to go to a lesbian bar? I'm genuinely curious. Like I said, this was my first time going to a legit lesbian bar. So please, enlighten me. I guess, like, he's probably never going to go back there again because it really wasn't worth the drama. But I just feel it was a little dramatic.
So this woman had I would say, a rather negative experience at a lesbian bar, actually a queer bar. If you go onto the website of the Cubby Hole, it is actually very clear that this is a place that is open to all people. Cubby Hole aims to maintain a safe space for all. No bigotry, racism, transphobia, or discrimination of any kind will be tolerated. We rely on all of our patrons to uphold a safe space for all. Staff members are available to assist if ever necessary. So by my interpretation, not allowing discrimination of any kind means not discriminating against a straight, white, cisgender man who comes into your bar and isn't causing anybody any harm, which this man wasn't by all accounts. Now, what I found most interesting was their queer Kiwis' response to this. And this, for me, is why so much support for the LGBTQ plus community is really waning. And I think it's waning for good reason when it comes to this kind of cosplaying of one's minority status.
He's probably never going to go back there again because it really wasn't worth the drama. But I just feel it was a little dramatic.
The entitlement that, like, drips off of this video is astounding. Honestly, it's quite impressive, the level of entitlement that exists in this video. It's absolutely absurd to me that she doesn't understand, like, the problem here and is confused by the confrontation that happened. And the upset that it caused.
Now, this is one problem that I find with these minority cosplayers. I find it really an issue that when somebody asks a very honest question, a very vulnerable question in some cases, such as, for instance, about transgenderism or about identifying as non-binary, for instance, because these things are very complicated and very difficult, there is this assumption that you are somehow either being purposely stupid or that you are entitled for asking a question. Because this woman was actually just asking a question because in her experience, and I would say in the experiences that I've had going to gay bars, there really hasn't been this sort of rhetoric that straight people aren't allowed.
Even if we take sexuality out of the conversation, even if we removed that and we're just like, this is a woman's space, because, you know, she is a woman, so she should be able to understand that at least, right? You don't invite men into that space because it is a sanctuary away from men. That is not a space for men to be. Yeah? And especially cis het men. Like, she mentioned that there were some, like, flamboyant gay men that were there, and, like, why isn't that a problem? The reason that isn't so much of a problem is, one, if they were invited by, like, their sapphic friend, then they are allowed to be there, just as you, as a straight woman, are.
You know, I'm never gonna be able to get over the fact that there are so many people who fit within, like, marginalized or minority groups that, like, unironically like they unironically like encourage, because what is literally being described here in a way is segregation. Like I don't like yeah. I don't even think it's kind of describing segregation. I think that's literally what it is, if we're being honest. Like again, it's kind of like that one college campus that was like, oh, we want to make black people feel safe on our college campus, so we're gonna have classes and uh like campus like on campus like dorm rooms that are only for people of color. And it's like, what the fuck? You're literally doing segregation, but like in reverse. What are you doing? Well, not even in reverse, because the thing is, my theory is that even if you have, well, I don't want to say even if you have the best intentions, because it's always cringe no matter what, but like even if your intentions are not bad, if you separate like, the minority group from the other group, my theory is that in the end it's always going to have a bad outcome for the minority group. So you probably just shouldn't do that. uh and yet here we are. I don't know. It's especially funny when you think about it, considering the fact that like obviously minority like minorities, we do tend to sort of insist on entering like other spaces, and it's really and like being like, oh, we have the right to be here, but then we also turn around and be like, yeah, but we should also be allowed to have spaces that are just for us. And I'm like, I'm genuinely trying to imagine the amount of blowback there would be if like somebody tried to start like a white only thing, or like a straights only thing. Like it sounds mega cringe, bro, and I don't understand why why it's suddenly become acceptable from the other side. I mean, I know a lot of people be like, "Oh, it's just protecting yourself. Oh, it's just defending yourself." So, in this society where we're like victimized and marginalized, we have to do this to protect ourselves. But personally, I think it's counterproductive, and yeah, I, I also think it's extremely cringe.
Are
So,
allowed to be there. They aren't going to be going and like hitting
uh,
on women and making women uncomfortable. They are there with their sapphic friend because they are both queer. They are in a queer space together and respecting that they are a guest in that queer space.
also, is it just me or is this like is it just me or is this like a little bit how you say biphobic? Because how do you know that all the gay men that are at the lesbian club are not going to hit on women? What if some of them are bisexual? Oh, or are bisexual men also not allowed at the lesbian club because their bisexuality makes it so that they may or may not also end up hitting on hitting on the women. So the only men that are allowed there are like the ones who are like 100% gay, right?
Okay, this is a real issue that I see at the moment, which is interesting because this is sort of the exact same thing which allegedly the queer community and allegedly minorities have been trying to fight against. And that is profiling people based on their appearance and how they look physically. Profiling and being judged on how you look and your appearance is literally the bane of existence for minorities. If this is something that we are meant to be trying to eradicate, why is it okay for you to judge somebody on how they look? I, for instance, look like a very vanilla, straight individual. I'm not. And so am I not allowed into particular spaces because I don't look quote unquote queer enough? I mean, this idea that there are not
You have to dye your hair
flamboyantly
blue.
dressed and very feminine looking straight
Dye your
men
hair.
is absurd to me. This idea that this man who was confronted before anybody even knew his sexuality was assumed to be straight because of how he looked and his mannerisms, I suppose, is also absurd to me. And this is what makes me realize that cosplaying minorities don't actually care about equity. They don't actually care about egalitarianism. They don't want a particular group of people to have power. Instead, they want to have power. They don't actually want anything meaningful to change. They just want an exchange of the baton from somebody else's hands to their hands.
Oh my God, I'm so glad that someone else said it because it's so unironically true. And the thing is, I was actually thinking about this because this reminds me of this story that I'm writing for my comic book, where, there's like themes of racism and segregation and oppression and whatever. And like one of the things that the characters, especially the protagonist, has to like sort of come to the realization is just because people are fighting the same fight as you doesn't necessarily mean that their end goal is the same. Because, like you have dark angels and light angels, and like, the dark angels, the main character is like a person who's like interested in equality, but then he actually finds out that some of the people who are close to him have no interest in equality whatsoever, and it's actually about the pursuit of becoming superior. Um, the oppressed wants to become the oppressor, so to speak. Again, I feel like this is part of the reason why so many people, like, especially like I see this most commonly in the black community, really try to control like how other people behave. Oh, you can't have that hairstyle unless you're black. You can't say that word unless you're black. You can't wear those clothes unless you're Indian. You can't wear, and I'm just like I and like I remember like I was having this argument with Evil Fossil because Evil Fossil was trying to tell me that I can't say the N word because I'm black British or whatever, or that I'm not even black because the only people who are black apparently are people who come from the United States. But and I ended up just like I kind of ended up putting my psychologist hat on and being like, you know what? If I had to try and rationalize this, I would say that like some people are so used to being like victimized and marginalized that rather than like try and create a world where that's not happening anymore, they just like when you're so used to being controlled by other people, you are gonna grasp in whatever ultimately meaningless ways you can try and control other people, which I don't even think is what we should be striving for, really, but I mean, that's what happens when you're motivated by bitterness and not necessarily the desire to make the world like a genuinely actually equal world. But
That gay men going into a lesbian bar by themselves, that shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be there. Regardless, you brought a man, a cis het man, into a safe space for queer women, where queer women feel safe because we don't have very many spaces, you know? There are not many places where queer women feel welcome and accepted and safe. And so inviting a cis het man into one of those spaces is going to cause people to be a little bit on edge and a little bit uncomfortable because a lot of cis het men really like to go into these queer women spaces and take it upon themselves to hit on women and make women uncomfortable, and it really ruins the entire thing for everyone that it was created for.
I'm so sorry to break this to anybody, but bars and clubs are not safe spaces. They're just not. Bars and clubs are places where people go because they are thirsty, because they want to get intoxicated in order to forget about how terrible their lives are or to have a good time. They're places where people go to hook up with strangers, and they're places where people go to engage in casual sexual encounters with people. If you are going to go into those spaces, you need to be prepared for that. In short, at a lesbian-only bar, the fantasy of this safe space, the sacred space where women can feel quote-unquote safe, a lesbian can be just as predatory and just as harassing as any straight white man can. If you are going to a bar or you are going clubbing with the expectation that you are entering a safe space, you will soon realize that when you go to these spaces, safety is not the key thing. Having a good time via intoxication and, in some cases, drugs and psychedelics is really the objective. And this leads to another reason, which I don't see people talking about that much because it really doesn't feed into the narrative, that lesbian spaces like clubs and bars are closing down or are so infrequent. But one second, just before we get into all that, I would like to give a huge thank you to today's video sponsor, Rocket Money. As we all know, the cost of living is affecting young and old people the modern world over. realistic reason, which is that just like straight women are less likely than straight men to go clubbing and to go to bars, lesbians are less likely to go to bars and to clubs than gay men. It's not because of homophobia or the desecration of some safe space. It's because lesbians would much rather stay at home. Lesbians would much rather have lesbian brunch out in the daylight where they can actually see and hear people who they're speaking to and form real meaningful connections with somebody, then engage in casual sexual encounters.
Wait, hello?
Just like.
Wait, can you hear me? Why does this keep happening? Wait, hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Dude,
Are you streaming?
You scared the shit out of me. Holy shit. My heart is pounding.
Should not have stayed AFK in that room then.
Every time I hear like any sound, like I heard my someone just subscribed to me sound earlier, and it also scared the shit out of me.
So you are streaming.
I am in fact live, yes.
No.
Okay,
well we actually have to get the remaining anime we need to watch done today, because tomorrow's my last day that my parents aren't home, and I want to record before they get back.
Okay. Well, what have you seen?
Well, I've marked everything. Let me check the document.
So what you're saying you want to record tomorrow?
Yes.
Ah.
I wanted to record many days ago. But now we have to record.
Yeah. What was I supposed to be doing? Oh, right.
Watching and
Yes. I mean, I could totally turn off my YouTube stream and just move to Kick and watch some anime right now. That is a good talk.
I mean, you said you had like 2 shows left you needed to watch, right?
Yes. Metallic Rouge and Rogue? I forget. I can't remember what the second one was.
Yeah, I don't know. You have your name on a lot of shows.
Yeah.
Personally, I need to watch whatever you're about to watch, and then also Monsters.
Yeah, that was
I guess that's it.
definitely a thing. What, you're not gonna watch Gushing Over Magical Girls?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah.
You're not looking forward to watching Gushing Over Magical Girls?
No.
Lol. I was actually just playing one of the episodes of the podcast on my starting soon screen.
Nice.
I was like, yeah, I don't have to steal videos because I have a podcast that I can do that with. So take that. What's her name? I forgot what her name is.
Nicki Minaj.
Yes. Yes, her.
Like a straight woman would rather engage in meaningful
She
connections and
streams
meaningful
and
sexual
steals
encounters than
content.
casual sexual encounters and hookups. And this is why gay clubs and gay bars are so much more successful and are so much more prevalent in today's age of greater acceptance of LGBTQ plus people than are lesbian bars and lesbian clubs, because they don't turn over the same kind of profit, because they don't attract the same kind of loyal, eager audience of people who are going to come there looking for casual sexual encounters like men do. And this is what feeds into that argument
what
that
I'm
lesbian
watching right
spaces
now.
and lesbian communities are gentrified by, firstly, queer men, that is by
I'm
gay
stealing
men,
her
and then
content
by
while I'm
straight
streaming.
people who
No, I'm
follow
kidding.
the
I've
gay men
actually
into
added
those
some
spaces.
commentary, but I'll admit that having constant commentary is hard.
Because it's cool and hip and it's a new
that
thing and trendy and all that. When lesbian
lady.
bars don't turn over a profit, they expand
Shitology.
their demographic of
Yes.
interest, which
Yeah,
mainly includes
she's
queer
like one
people.
of
So
the
gay men come
ones
in,
that
and then gay men
the
bring all of
DGGers like, but I don't think she's actually like part of the orbit, right?
Well, I mean, I started watching her way before she interacted with Destiny, because she was one of many. Well, I don't even know if she is conservative, but there was a time where YouTube was just like recommending me a bunch of like black female conservative content creators. Like it was her, some other person called like something Xena, but not the Xena that's in the Discord. Not that Xena. And Gothics
Yeah.
and whatever. Um, but the reason why a lot of Destiny fans keep up with her now is because she actually has been on Destiny's stream, like I think like twice. But that was a long time ago. And that was during the drama where she was calling herself an incel, and a lot of people were like, you seem like a fairly attractive woman. The idea that you're like an incel is one that's pretty difficult to grasp. But then she was saying, well, I'm not necessarily talking about having a difficult time acquiring sex. I'm talking about having a difficult time finding like an actually satisfying relationship to be in.
No, I actually remember that she did a video and it had like a clickbait title. It's like why I'm an incel. But then the actual video was just her like talking about her uh unrequited love or whatever.
Hmm.
It
But
wasn't actually.
recently she realized, wait a minute, I'm actually a lesbian. Uh, so she's just sort of been, I guess, navigating that. And the video that I'm watching right now is her criticizing people who like sort of try to gatekeep like lesbian bars and clubs and stuff. Or like and will like make assumptions of whether or not people really fit into that environment based on how they look. You know, like performative queerness. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking dye my hair blue. Fucking, and if you don't do that shit, that means you're probably not gay. That kind of shit.
True.
That kind of gatekeeping. He was talking about how she, if someone were to look at her, they probably wouldn't assume that she's a lesbian. And she finds it really annoying that because of that, she probably wouldn't be welcomed in those spaces. So, yeah,
Really? She gives me lesbian vibes.
maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what it means to look like a lesbian. Except for that stupid fucking side cut. But
with their
anyway.
straight friends, and straight people come in, and that's how these bars and these clubs are able to run, by being fully inclusive of all people. Basically, if lesbians were into casual sex in as much as gay men are into casual sex, then this wouldn't even be a conversation, and there would be lesbian only bars, lesbian only spaces that would be able to turn over a profit. Unfortunately, that is just not the case. And so this idea that there are sacred places for lesbians only, that there are bars that are lesbians only, is a fantasy for the vast majority of bars and clubs that are directed and aimed at lesbian only demographics. Sorry, editing me here. I just want to make this point even clearer by giving another example, which is a very interesting example that has recently come to the attention of the internet. And that is the opening of a lesbian only, and that is a biological lesbian, cis lesbian only bar that is opening in London later this year. This bar is being opened by feminist campaigner Jenny Watson in London later this year, and is called the L Community. Now, I think that this bar and everything that it is doing is representative of this point. This bar would not last long at all without heavy subsidization. And the way that it is subsidizing itself is by classing itself as a private members club. So it's not actually running on a conventional business model as would any other bar or club. And this subsidization is coming from the fact that it isn't actually a bar, it's a private members club, which means that members are going to likely be held to contracts, they're going to have to pay membership fees, and like with any private members club, there's likely going to be wealthy members, that is probably wealthy gender critical feminists, friends of Jenny Watson. She's probably made a lot of friends and connections due to other controversies that she's been involved in earlier this year, or I believe last year, when it comes to gender critical feminism, etc. And if it does last, which I doubt it will, because I think a lot of gender criticals are a lot more talk than they are bite, just like with activists in general, a lot more talk than bite. I don't think it will really come to as great a fruition in the long term, at least. But if it does last, it will last not because it is running on a traditional business model, but because it is running on a very unconventional one, that is a private membership and a club. In short, it would not be able to brand itself as an exclusionary segregationist club where only cis lesbians are allowed to go if it was a traditional bar like cubbyhole. And personally, I don't think that subsidization will be enough before this new club, the L Community, has to expand its membership and clientele. That will probably look like expanding to other gender critical feminists, to women in general, but it will definitely not be, in my humble opinion, a cis lesbian only membership private club for very long. I hope that makes my point a bit clearer. Yes, it sucks. I'm sure it sucks for a lot of lesbians, but for most lesbians that I encounter, we would much rather go to, as I said, brunch, a lesbian only brunch, than go lesbian only clubbing and bar hopping.
Like you say, I don't understand why she was upset. Like, there's not a rule that men can't be in there. Like, no, there isn't an official rule that men aren't allowed to go in, like straight men aren't allowed to go in. However, it's pretty heavily implied.
Who is it implied by, though? Because lesbians come in all different shapes and sizes, all different opinions. So who's making these rules? Because this feels like you are making an arbitrary rule about something that you feel quite strongly about, which is that straightness is sort of categorically bad or has very negative connotations to it. And this is all based on stereotypes, especially stereotypes that regard profiling somebody by how they look, as opposed to a consensus that has been built by a community of very heterogeneous people who have very different opinions and perspectives on the matter. Not even Cubbyhole agrees with you on trying to create this quote-unquote safe space for queer people at a bar.
Legally, you cannot deny them entry, but it seems like a pretty obvious conclusion to draw to not bring those people into these spaces. And to make it even worse, this lesbian bar is one of only 3 in the entirety of New York. And it has a capacity of 75. Only 75 people can go in there. And you took up one of those space with a cis het male friend to come say hi, which is bullshit because he had to wait in line to get in there. I know there was a fucking line to get in there. He had to wait in line to get in there. There's no way he just went in to say hi.
Okay, firstly, how do you know this? This is such an assumption. How do you know that there was or wasn't a line? This is pure assumptive argumentation. It makes absolutely no sense. This is just your bias playing in. And that's fine. All human beings are biased, but admit that and acknowledge that to yourself and to your audience. Don't just claim that you know something when you clearly don't know anything, because this makes your entire argument fruitless and baseless, and nobody's going to believe you. What I also find so interesting about this argument is that this kind of argument can be and has been used by lesbians and by people who are then deemed to be transphobic when they say, for instance, that a transpian, that is a trans lesbian, is taking up the space of a lesbian, that is a cis lesbian. And this has been a very contentious argument within the queer community for some time. And I've especially seen it going speed dating rather serially for the past few months. What I've noticed and what has happened is that typically there's a divide between 70% cis lesbians and 30% trans lesbians. Now, based on the Queer Kiwis line of argumentation, couldn't a cis lesbian make a perfectly valid argument that a transpian is taking up the space of other cis lesbians who could otherwise be there? But according to the arguments and expectations of the day and of these events, that would be transphobic and discriminatory. So by that logic, how is this not discriminatory? How is this not being heterophobic to somebody who may come into, say, a queer space and therefore in that space is a minority, that is, they are heterosexual and in that space they are a minority? So in the same way that transpians are a minority in the lesbian space, surely this straight cis heteronormative white man, based on appearances, is a minority in this queer space. And I want to return to this point when it comes to the response from the woman who called out and essentially discriminated against this cis het male for being in a lesbian space, because I think this is so telling as to why cosplaying minorities are rarely never at peace.
And I also would like to add, in the part where she's like, I, as a straight woman, go to male gay bars all the time. Why isn't that a problem? Why am I allowed there when straight men aren't allowed into lesbian bars? I don't think straight women should be going to gay bars either.
And this is where I know that you are cosplaying your minority status, because unlike actual minorities, you are able to abstract yourself from reality without any consequence or any meaningful ramifications to your being or to yourself or to your minority status. And that is because you don't have to engage meaningfully or impactfully with that reality. It doesn't actually impact you. You saying that you don't think that straight women should be allowed in lesbian-only bars either is a pure abstraction from the reality that these bars rely on the patronage of all people in order to just stay afloat. For the reasons that I said before about the difference between how men and women go out at night. Men are also more
like she just misunderstood what she just said. Didn't she just say that straight women shouldn't be going to gay male bars?
To spend.
I assumed she meant straight women to gay lesbian bars.
Oh. Because earlier in the video, she said that it's okay for women to go there because they're not going to be hitting, like straight women to go there because they're not going to be hitting on the lesbians anyway because they're straight. So, maybe I misunderstood. I don't know.
More money on drinks and at bars than women are. The reality is that these lesbian-only safe spaces are, above everything else, not social justice institutions and safe spaces. They are businesses working and functioning within a free market where they have to make a profit in order to stay afloat. That is the reality, and that is the priority above all of this branding. Cubbyhole, like all bars, especially queer bars, have this very good branding of being safe spaces, of being places where they prioritize the safety of the people who patronize them. But above all else, and above all of this branding and all of this gloss, they are ultimately businesses that are trying to make money. And like it or not, to make money, they have to appeal to a wider demographic of people than lesbians. That is just the way that it is. I'm a part of many meetup lesbian-only groups, and I will tell you that 90% of the events that are organized, that that are arranged are non-club and non-bar related. Lesbians like to go on hikes, they like brunch, they like game nights, they like movie nights, and they like going to the theater. And most of the events that are arranged at bars and at clubs, that is the 10%.
I think I need a sounding.
Dang.
Or maybe it's the video then.
I feel like it's it's like, I don't know. It seems pretty reasonable to me to exclude straight men because they're like, if the point of the bar is that it's a lesbian bar, it's like you're taking up space that, like, if I go to a bar and I'm like, oh, I don't drink, sorry.
Well,
why am I even at the bar?
People do that though, because you can go to a bar for just recreational purposes that aren't necessarily drinking. They have food at bars. Ooh. Actually, one time my mom went with her friends to a bar and she had to dip because her friends were getting wasted. Her colleagues from work. That was pretty funny. I think the point that she's making though is that if you're allowed to decide that some groups just aren't allowed to come to your club, exactly how far are you going to take it? Like, are you going to accept if some people do just be like, okay, well, we are going to just start a cis only lesbian bar, no trans lesbians allowed?
That are.
Because earlier she was like, because then a person can just be like, oh, that trans person is taking up the space of a cis person that could have been there. Which, of course, is only an argument that makes sense because we still live in a society that doesn't view these two as the same group, you know?
Yeah.
And we're probably not going to be getting there anytime soon, so.
Yeah, the fact that you would say they're taking up a slot implies that a cis lesbian is more valuable than a trans lesbian, which isn't the case.
Well, yeah, but it also is because they're trying to base it around making people comfortable. And to be fair, there definitely is like a large group of cisgendered like lesbians that aren't comfortable with trans people. Because that was my first assumption is that like if you have like a lesbians only bar, there's a pretty good chance you're probably doing it so that people have a space to be comfortable not around like men. And if your whole point is that you're trying to make a group that people feel comfortable in, then I mean, even if you think it's coming from like a shitty attitude, would you accept like a person being like, okay, well, I'm not comfortable with like trans people coming here, so I'm gonna start my own cis only lesbian bar?
I mean, obviously that's wrong. But I mean, I guess the difference is just that there's
Well, I mean, I think if someone were to argue against that, they would say that, well, I guess a person could make an argument that the reason why is because, like, I don't know, maybe trans women aren't like people shouldn't feel uncomfortable, like lesbians shouldn't feel uncomfortable around trans women in the first place. But then some people might say, well, women shouldn't feel uncomfortable around men in the first place. But then people be like, oh, well, the reason why women feel uncomfortable around men is because of this. And then someone would just be like, well, the reason why trans women feel uncomfortable. So then it ends up being like this whole looping, never-ending conversation, which I guess what Kidology is getting at is that it would be very easily resolved if you just weren't trying to separate groups based on gender in the first place. I think. I might be misunderstanding her.
Well, I guess the question is, what is the full point of a lesbian bar?
Oh yeah, that was the other thing. That was the other thing that was brought up is that if you're going there because you don't want to get hit on, I don't know if this is necessarily a good argument, but if you're going there because you don't want to get hit on, I mean, if you're a lesbian and you go to a lesbian bar, or if you're a woman and you go to a lesbian bar, you're still gonna get hit on. But I guess you feel a little bit more comfortable being hit on by women and more comfortable telling them no. Because a lot of people do think that most men will literally just freak out and attack you if you tell them no. It's that
Well,
test.
yeah, the problem is definitely that guys, something about the male gender just makes a lot of guys absolutely suck.
It's called
Okay.
testosterone.
No, it's not testosterone. Wrong. It is a cultural thing.
No, testosterone definitely plays like a role in like men being like super aggressive and shit, doesn't it?
Testosterone makes you more aggressive, but like
Isn't that
you
like an
don't see like being like, oh, the testosterone is coursing through my veins. I must sexually harass women. Like,
Oh, well, I don't know about. I wasn't talking about sexually harassing. I was talking about reacting. Not that it's defending, because I'm not defending it, but I'm talking about reacting in a very aggressive way afterward.
I really think that's more of a cultural thing than a testosterone thing.
Probably both. But I think in that scenario, wouldn't you just remove the guys who are being problematic and keep the guys who aren't being problematic? Seems kind of shitty to like judge the whole gender based on the behavior of some guys, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
Like
yeah, part of
this whole
that is just that.
conversation just gets really weird because I feel like the point that we're getting at is that it's kind of weird that like in some cases it actually is okay to like judge an entire group of people and then be like, okay, we're gonna exclude you because your group of people is for doing this thing. But then like in some cases it's like not allowed. Like again, I feel like it would be very weird like if all of it like the example that I mentioned earlier before you came in is that it's very strange to me that there actually is, I don't know if it's still a thing, but I remember seeing a news article where they just like unironically were like, yeah, we're gonna have black only classes and dorm rooms on this campus. And I was like, what the fuck? You're literally doing the segregation thing. How is this at all acceptable? It's weird. And I feel like we would all rightfully shit on that if we saw like a campus do that but with white people. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fucking white only class or whatever.
Well, I mean, this once again goes back to the whole is white isn't even a real race conversation. Like, white is just a blanket category for meant for the purposes of exclusion. But like, if I had an Italian only dorm, I don't think most people would be upset by it. They'd be like, "Oh, it's the Italians, it's their culture."
I don't know, but do you think that they should be though?
What?
Do you think that people should be upset at that though?
At the black only dorm?
No, the Italian one.
Oh, no, I'm saying they wouldn't be upset by it, and I don't think they necessarily should be upset by it.
Hmm. I don't know.
Now, I think, like, obviously, like, making it into a hard rule is where it gets kind of iffy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if like someone tries to come into the Italian dorm and they're like, no blacks allowed, that'd be fucking weird. But
Well,
like,
what if it was like a white American?
what do you mean?
Because you wouldn't be able to just be like, oh, they're being racist toward black people in that scenario. Just be like a regular, like a, I don't know, let's say he's a Scotsman trying to go into this Italian dorm because all the other dorm rooms are full, so he has no choice but to stay in the Italian one. And they're like, you're not Italian, you're a Scotsman, so like, bye.
Okay, well, for one, why are all the other dorms full? You'd think that they'd have. This seems like a university problem, not the Italian dorm problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, like in that situation, they should probably let the Scotsman in.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I guess the point is just that like there is uh probably some like cultural utility to having more
Whoa, Arlon, you need to be very careful in saying that, otherwise you're gonna attract a bunch of QAnoners to like my stream who are gonna be like, but that's exactly what the Jews did, and now they have control over the whole. They like, they like consolidated and wait, is that the word? I don't know.
sure congregated.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying.
Uh, but I think there's nothing wrong with like Chinatown.
You know, it's
No one's
actually
gonna.
funny because there's a Chinatown in Liverpool here in England. Well, there's probably one in London too, I wouldn't be surprised. And I actually do wonder if like non-Chinese people are allowed to move there. I'm assuming they are, because I feel like if you weren't, they'd just be like, hold on, this violates like discriminatory or laws or whatever, right?
Yeah, probably.
I went
It's
there.
just enough.
I went there
Like,
with my mom, and
yeah.
I think I unrelated, but I hyped the place up in my mind a little bit because it wasn't at all what I was expecting it to be. It was literally just one road. Actually, that's a good question. If in that scenario, if they said no, could someone be like, okay, well in that case, I'm gonna make this a legal issue? Actually, now that I think about it, could a straight guy who's not allowed into the lesbian bar be like, these people are discriminating against me, fucking take them to court? Or are there protections for that sort of thing?
Well, no, I think they could. That's why she said in the video that it was just a strong suggestion, not a hard rule.
Like it's implied.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely I understand the reasons why people would make well, not necessarily a lesbian bar, but like a woman bar in general. It's kind of like in Japan with the female-only carriages on trains. Like, I definitely get why those exist, because Japan has a serious problem with what do you call it? Sexual assault and groping and shit.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I could be like, it is kind of shitty to be like, uh, because your gender is known to do this thing, you are not allowed to be here. I'm just trying to imagine if someone was like, well, actually, I'm not American. I don't know what the British statistic is, but I'm just trying to imagine if someone was like, well, you see, because 1850, you're you're not allowed to come into this store because I don't know if you're gonna rob me or not. But I know that the retort towards that is that those two things aren't comparable. Because most people be like, oh, you can't compare, like, you know, you can't compare the marginalized to those who aren't, etc.
Well, I guess the reason behind that would just be that when you introduce power dynamics to it, the situation gets a lot more messy. Like if we kicked someone from the social discharge server, they couldn't come back and be like, that's discriminatory against annoying people. But that's because it's like it's pretty inconsequential for them to get kicked from it. But if we're talking like if we had control of every Discord and we decided to just start kicking every annoying person, then we actually would be like socially ostracizing people with certain traits. It's like at that point it's like, well, where else can they go? We've just cut a person off.
From society.
Yeah, from society.
Well, in that case, I would say that person should just learn to stop being annoying. But in the actual scenario, you obviously can't tell a person to stop being black.
Oh, so that is ableist. The person was actually annoying because they have ADHD.
Fucking hell. Get on your meds. Oh, crap.
Bars and clubs are typically either in just normal bars and clubs where everybody goes, or a room is rented out for the lesbian only event, or they are inclusive of everybody. That is, of queer men, of queer women, of straight people, whatever. Because they know that that is how they're going to make money for these events.
Straight people, you have all of the bars. All of the bars are your bars. Can you leave ours alone to us, please? The amount of straight women that go into gay bars to feel safe away from straight men is quite astounding. There's quite a lot of them who do that and then will get like upset when they are hit on by queer women. And even if that's not you, even if you just
Oh,
go
I did misunderstand what you
to
were
a gay
saying.
bar just to feel safer away from straight men, now straight men have like caught on to that and know that straight women go there to escape being hit on by straight men. So now gay bars are overrun by straight people who just are privileged enough to be able to take up all of the spaces.
And this is why I say that you cannot make bars and clubs safe spaces. They're not safe spaces. Like, they're just not. And humans don't function on the basis of what is the most politically correct thing to do. When you go out at night, you're thinking about how fun of a night you can have. You're not thinking about being politically correct. You're not thinking about social justice. You're just thinking about getting wasted and hopefully hooking up with somebody. And that's why so few lesbians go out. That's why I'd rather go to lesbian brunch than go lesbian clubbing.
Please just leave us something. All of the bars, all of the clubs, they belong to you already. Why do you need to come and take our stuff off of us? You have all of them. And if you feel unsafe there and it's like not enjoyable, I'm really sorry. Like, that sucks, but that doesn't really give you the right to come into our safe spaces and make our safe spaces feel unsafe.
And again, this is an abstraction from reality. All the bars don't belong to straight people. The few bars that are there for queer people don't belong to queer people. These bars and clubs belong to the owners of these bars and clubs. They're businesses. They're not social justice entities.
I just really don't understand how, like, you
I feel like that
as
was
a
Kidology's
woman
autism
have
coming
come
in for a
into like
second.
this safe woman's space and felt the need to invite a man into it when you are already the guest in this space.
So forgive me, if a straight woman doesn't like going to straight bars because her friends may be all queer, for instance, they may all be lesbians, and so she goes with them to a queer bar. If straight women go to queer bars because they just prefer the music or they prefer the drinks, I would say that based on my experience of clubbing recently, I found that the queer bars have far more interesting and vivacious drinks and options, and a far more interesting clientele, as well as a far more interesting and welcoming staff and bar staff. So I can understand why so many straight people go there, especially when all of these queer bars advertise themselves as being open and welcoming to everybody, including straight people who are included in that umbrella of everybody. Said straight woman shouldn't go there because she feels safer there, because she enjoys it more, because she likes the drinks or the ambiance, because her friends are there, because, well, tough luck for you. You're straight. That's your sexuality, your sexual orientation, which you can't choose. But now you're being discriminated against because of that. This regrettably makes no sense whatsoever. Now, what I found most telling and most interesting about this was the response video made by the woman who approached this straight man at the bar. Now, based on how the queer Kiwi responded and based on how TikTok responded, I assumed that this straight man was probably doing something untoward, such as trying to rizz up or flirt with queer woman who had rejected his advances, and he just wasn't getting the message, or he wasn't taking no for an answer, or he was just being a right nuisance. No, in fact, absolutely none of this. So let's take a look at what happened according to the woman who called him out for being there.
What are you doing here? To be honest, I was a little taken aback because as a straight woman.
So that video is actually about me. I'm that lesbian, so I just wanted to provide some context on what happened from my perspective. So I was at Cubbyhole, been going to this bar for 8 years since I moved to New York. I actually met my wife there. I was waiting in the bathroom line, minding my own business, and there was a dude standing in front of the bathroom. I tapped him on his shoulder. I was like, excuse me, you know, you're kind of in the way, whatever. I was not trying to start conflict, anything like that. He turns around. He seemed a little bit grumpy.
I love how, according to her, he seemed a little grumpy. He may have been grumpy, sure, but what does that even mean? Did he like just look at you funny because you tapped him on the shoulder? I think anybody who gets tapped on the shoulder by a stranger and is told that they're in the way or that they've done something wrong when they're just standing there is going to probably look at you a bit funny, or is just going to give you a look, obviously, because, you know, you're trying to get their attention by touching them. So what does seem a little grumpy mean? I'm not getting any information from that. But what I am getting is that when he looked at you, you decided to go in and say, are you even here with anybody?
He turns around. He seemed a little bit grumpy. So I was like, okay, dude, are you even here with anyone? Like, what are you doing in this bar?
You, in the words of sort of modern lingo about this, microaggressively responded to him looking at you because you tried to grab.
Why does shit always go down in JSTLK when I'm not in there? I could be farming right now.
His attention. And your microaggression came in the form of questioning why he was there. That is, whether he was there with somebody. Based on how he looked, which according to you, I guess he didn't look queer enough. I guess he didn't look flamboyant enough. He didn't look gay enough. He just looked too vanilla. And so that justifies you asking him about his business, which has nothing to do with you. And this is another thing that I find very, very telling and very annoying.
And he points to his friend, a girl who seems pretty queer to me. Not the girl who made that other video. And she's like, he's with me. I'm like, okay, cool.
Again, this seem, a girl who seems pretty queer to me. What does that even mean? All of this is based on profiling of people, on their physical appearance. You know nothing about somebody based on how they look. This is exactly the thing that actual minorities have been trying to fight against or to speak out against, because they get profiled based on how they look, based on how they present, because they are discriminated against on that basis. And you are
calling that person out because, like, it's not her bar. Why would she bother this person?
Oh, what, the woman that approached the guy?
Yeah, like,
Oh, I mean, it's kind of like a Karen moment, right? She doesn't feel safe that because of the fact that a guy is there, because I guess it's, well, maybe it's not necessarily that she doesn't feel safe, but
it
like,
seems like she's an asshole.
it's not necessarily that she doesn't feel safe, but again, she might be like one of those people that's operating under the whole, well, if it's a lesbian bar, it's kind of implied that men aren't supposed to be here, and so your presence is very bizarre to me.
I think it should depend on the lesbian bar. Like the one they were talking about earlier was like a specific place that
No,
was like
they're all talking about the same thing. So the way this started is one woman made a video talking about how she found it weird that the other um girl approached that guy, and then she was like, wait, I didn't even know that guys aren't even allowed at gay bars. So the girl with like the rainbow hair was responding to the brown-haired girl that came before, and then now the actual girl who approached the guy is now responding. So they're all talking about the same thing.
so they're not talking about this isn't like a specific place that like the rule is we discourage cis men from coming.
No, this isn't like a specific. Well, I don't know what, like, if they do that at the bar or not. I'm assuming if they did, the guy would have just not been allowed in.
Well, then that's cringe.
Yeah,
I assumed they were talking about like a specific bar that was like the rule.
no. So they're all talking about, but yeah, they're all talking about the same scenario. Um, so she just did that.
Yeah, no, that's cringe.
Hmm. So I guess you could say it was a bit of a Karen moment.
Yeah.
Doing the
Wait, can I say that? Apparently that's a racial slur towards white women.
exact same thing, but you can't see that because you're cosplaying your minority status, which means you don't have to engage with reality or the meaningful ramifications of your actions because, well, this is all just exteriors to you, clearly.
I turn around, continue to wait in line, really had to pee, and then this guy comes to me and he goes, well, if I wasn't here with someone, would that be a problem? And I say, absolutely. Like, yes, it would be a problem. This guy, the girl in that video, some other girls, they all jump at me and they're like, what? Like, why would you say that? That's so messed up, blah, blah, blah. These people start coming at me. And I'm just in the bathroom. I'm there celebrating a friend's birthday. I want literally nothing to do with straight people, which is why I'm in Cubbyhole in the first place.
Again, I like to just mention the safe space rules and regulations of Cubbyhole on their website for everybody to see because he was being discriminated against because of how he looked.
And, you know, I'm just like,
Oh,
hey.
right. I actually forgot about that. It's actually mentioned that even though they call themselves a lesbian bar, they do have on their thing that they do not discriminate to anyone, which basically implies that anyone's welcome there. So I actually forgot about that. She read like the thing on their website earlier in the video.
Hey, okay, this is a queer bar. We don't have a lot of spaces. I've been coming to this bar for a long time. It's a special place for me. It's also a safe place for me. And I have seen a lot of cis straight guys come into this bar and cause problems. Like, it's a known thing. It happens at Cubbyhole. It happens at Henrietta's. It happens at Stonewall. There are straight dudes that come into these bars specifically because they're trying to pick up girls.
And this is so interesting. This is the point that I wanted to get back to. This assumption that people place onto other people because of how they look. And that is when you just stereotype people because they look a certain way. And so you assume preemptively, without any evidence, without any justification, beyond your stereotype, that they are going to behave in a certain way and are going to do a certain thing. This is why in the UK, black men get profiled by the police on the street street when they're just walking and doing their business because of stereotypes and preemptively judging people based on how they look. This kind of response would have made sense to me if this guy had been standing at the bar trying to chat up lesbians who were rebuffing his advances and saying, no, we are not interested. This response would have been perfectly adequate in my opinion. But this man was just standing waiting to go to the bathroom or waiting for his friend who'd gone to the bathroom. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't talking to anybody. He wasn't disrupting anybody. You purposefully disrupted, as Gen Z like to say, your peace by making his business, which was none of your business, your business. And this is something that I've seen at speed dating events. When cis lesbians decide to make the business of transbians doing nothing except trying to just have a good time and meet new people and make friends and maybe get a match with somebody, their business. They make it their business when it needn't be their business. Why are you going to worry about that 30% of transbians who you're not even interested in the first place when you could be enjoying the company, enjoying the fun times with the 70% of cis lesbians who are there? And this is an example of picking your battles, something which cosplaying minorities just do not understand. Actual minorities pick their battles. Transbians, who are, in my opinion, actual minorities, pick their battles. They go to these events, they know that they are a minority, they know that it's a hard place for them to navigate and be in, that there's just a lot of things and a lot of hurdles. But having spoken to a lot of transbians at these speed dating events, it's very clear that they enjoy going to them. They know that they may have some negative encounters, they know that they are probably not going to get matches or the matches that they hoped for, but they go and they meet new people and make new friends and have interesting conversations with people. And I found the most annoying thing at these events is when there is one lesbian, because sometimes there's always that one lesbian who decides to ruin her entire night by fixating on the 30% of transbians who are there, who are having a good time and who she needn't engage with if she doesn't like them or doesn't want them to be there, and can have a great night with the 70% of cis lesbians who are there, who she may be interested in. It's a matter, in my opinion, of picking your battles. And this is an example of really not picking your battle well.
There are straight dudes that come into these bars specifically because they're trying to pick up girls. So I wasn't trying to instigate anything. I was just trying to like, hey, safety check. You know?
And again, I completely understand this and I do see this. It is very annoying. It is annoying. Like, you know, there are guys who do that. But this one guy wasn't giving any indication that he was doing that. You profiled him. You assumed based on how he looked and the stereotypes associated with how he looks. And this is the thing again. Just because a handful of men act in a disgusting, degrading, horrible, entitled way doesn't mean that all men do. In the same way that there's this assumption that white heteronormative men are running the world, the reality is that there's a small group of men, irrespective of race or ethnicity, who are running the world or are running particular sectors and institutions of the world and have a grip on power, and that the rest of mankind and womankind and humankind are pretty much subservient to them. We have so much more in common with each other, with each other's struggles, with each other's qualms than we like to admit, because of, I would say, a lot of the rhetoric that comes from these people cosplaying their minority status, which just makes them feel good, which makes them feel like they are doing something meaningful in the world, that they are battling against the evil cis heteronormative men who are taking over and destroying society and everything good. But the more that I engage with these progressives and the more that they talk about progress, the more I realize that their notion of progress has absolutely nothing to do with the definition of progress. Wow, that was a lot of progress in one sentence. It's simply about having a different group of people on top, namely their group. And their group is engaged in the exact same type of discrimination, the exact same type of profiling, the exact same kind of segregationist and exclusionary thinking and rhetoric, the exact same type of stereotyping as the group who they are allegedly fighting against.
So I wasn't trying to instigate anything. I was just trying to like, hey, safety check. You know?
Safety check is just a euphemism for profiling, just so you know. It's the exact same kind of rhetoric in cases in the UK where police have profiled young black men. They say that it's for safety, you know, this kind of safety check.
Yeah, I just get heated, but that's pretty much it. I'm Katie and I'm that lesbian, and sorry, but actually not sorry.
So she didn't even really confront him.
She didn't really confront him. I heard somebody use this word, Delululand, people living in Delululand. I would say that this applies quite perfectly to that. This is delusion.
Because of this, there were a few people who called her out, like, why did you assume he was a cis man? Like, how did you know he was a cis straight man in the first place? And I think that like that's a slightly like unreasonable question to ask.
That's a slightly unreasonable question to ask. I'm so sorry, but the bias in this is just so insufferable to listen to. There is no consistency in this argumentation.
To be
Because
fair,
imagine if this
it's
white
not
cis heteronormative.
if we're talking about odds, right? If we're talking about odds, is it that fair to that wrong to assume? I mean, if we're talking about sheer odds, the fact that there's probably more straight guys in the world than there are gay guys. If to play devil's advocate, is it I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Normative guy had just had one of his identity groups changed.
Well, that
Imagine if
is
he was a
literally
black
the
guy.
profile.
Oh my gosh. Imagine. Like, imagine
Yeah.
if he was the most stereotypically straight looking black guy. Do you honestly think that Katie would have approached him? Now, unlike the queer Kiwi here, I'm not going to engage in this bad faith argument, but I would bet quite a bit of money that this would have been a very different conversation that Katie had with the man if he had been black. Very different. You don't have to move, King. Wakanda forever. I'll just pee on the ground like your ancestors had to.
I understand that trans men are allowed in like lesbian spaces and like queer women spaces because, you know, they also suffer from a lot of gender discrimination and might not feel safe in other spaces.
That's interesting as well. That is so interesting. How would you know that this man wasn't a trans man, a transbian who just hadn't transitioned yet? How do you know this? And this is one of the issues with making places inclusive, I think, because inclusivity without any boundaries, without any repercussions, without any consensual conversation with the patronage of a place, with the community, creates issues like this. It creates issues like this where it just becomes very clear that human beings are not as inclusive as we like to pretend to be. And cosplaying minorities are the demographic of people who like to pretend that they are 100% inclusive, but then they're not. And they can't possibly be, because that's just impossible for human beings. But at the same time, you can't have a conversation with them about it because they don't want to engage with it, and they don't need to engage with it. They don't need to engage with the realities of the consequences of being fully inclusive because, well, conveniently, you can just blame everything on white men and end of.
But I still think that asking a man that you see in that space, like, why are you here, is completely valid. And I think that trans men who understand why women may feel afraid
I
and
actually
uncomfortable
think
with a
that
man there
Kidology might be
would
making an
understand
assumption
that
because I
and be
don't think the
sympathetic to
the
that
race of the guy was stated at any point.
and not respond
But
with aggression. So I feel like just responding
maybe
with
I-
aggression kind of
like-
solidifies the fact that this is a cishet man.
Wait, what? Didn't she what?
Isn't she just saying like this would be a lot more yikesy if he was black?
No, she's saying that if the guy was black, that they would like she's implying that they're SJWs basically. Like she's implying that if the guy was black, she wouldn't have even like the girl that approached the guy at the
You're
bar.
saying that's like a big assumption to make on her
Yeah,
part.
like I mean, if I'm being honest, the guy probably was white, but I'm just saying we don't know that for sure. All we
Yeah.
know is that it was a guy, so.
So I feel like just responding with aggression kind of solidifies the fact that this is a cishet man. Like the entitlement, the arrogance, and the aggression in that response really solidifies that this is not his space, but he feels like he deserves to be in it.
I love how a man asking a question about why he was questioned for being somewhere is instantly deemed aggressive by virtue of him being a man. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that so stereotypical? How is he entitled, arrogant, and aggressive for asking a question? Asking a question when he was approached by somebody and questioned about why he was there. He has every right to ask a question. Why can't people ask questions? This is how we find out things. This is how we find out information about things and situations. Just like the straight woman who made her TikTok was asking a genuine question whether this was a problem, because apparently, according to Katie, this was a problem.
Are straight males not allowed to go to a lesbian bar? I'm genuinely curious. Like I said, this was my first time going to a legit lesbian bar.
She's asking a question. Like, of course she's looking for validation. Of course she's not just asking a question, but she is trying to find out. Maybe things have changed. Maybe the rules of the game have changed. But I think that we are demonizing people for asking questions, which is why people don't ask questions anymore, which is why people just assume things or just answer questions for themselves, which leads to everybody having a completely different narrative and understanding of the world. Like, we're not communicating or engaging with each other meaningfully. And when people ask questions and you treat them like this is why people don't ask questions. And this is why so much support is being lost for the basic tenets of LGBTQ plus rights and people.
I'm also maybe a little stressed over the video that's been viral on my page right now because I didn't mean any ill will by it, and the lesbians of TikTok are coming for me, and I'm sorry for that. I really just had a genuine question. I didn't know I was going to get yelled at, bombarded, screamed at. There's lots of mean things going on in those comments. So I have learned my lesson, and I will never be returning to a lesbian bar ever again. For good reason.
I'm sure that if you approached a trans man and asked that, they would respond in a much gentler way. Either, you know, saying that they are trans because they're in a space where it is, like, safe to say that, or by just being like, hey, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm with those people over there. Please don't mind me. It's not going to be an aggressive response.
I'm sure that if you asked a trans man that he would respond in a more gentler way. Have you seen the battles online and in the real world between trans people and gender critical feminists? Have you seen how vitriolic and horrible they are to each other? Like, can you imagine one of the trans activists being asked at a lesbian-only bar that is fully inclusive of people, so who knows? Can you imagine them being asked by Katie why they are there and responding in a non-aggressive way? This is what you call essentialist argumentation. This idea that particular people have essential characteristics. Because according to the queer Kiwi, cis heteronormative white men are essentially aggressive when they ask a question. So they are essentially bad just for asking a question, whereas a trans person who gets asked a question is essentially a good person. So they will essentially answer without aggression and in a far more civil and kindly way. There is no evidence for this whatsoever, and that's the basis of essentialism. There's no reasonable basis for anything. It's like people who essentially think that black people are either criminals or black people are essentially good and saintly, depending on what side of the political spectrum, on the extreme political spectrum you are. Essentialism is terrible. It's awful. It is the absolute base level of any kind of argumentation or notion of how the world works and how people are. Essentialism is laziness at its finest. And that's why, as I said, this is a perfect example of cosplaying minority status, because you don't need to engage with reality and you don't face the consequences of the reality which you are fabricating in your mind.
And I also imagine that a lot of trans men would feel like quite, you know, elated almost that they passed well enough to be mistaken for a cis man in a lesbian bar. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to respond with aggression. And I think that really answers the question, and think that that makes it unfair that people are being like, well, how did you know? Why did you assume? Like, she didn't. She just asked a man why he was there, and he responded aggressively. So.
And that's the thing, she didn't just ask why he was there. She was purposefully and pointedly asking him because she was annoyed with him and had profiled him. This is why we need to talk to each other, because you can't just lump together groups of people and make essentialist claims about them, their behavior and their characteristics. Because then when you actually go into reality and a cis white man is actually a decent fellow and is nice and friendly, what are you going to do? Your entire worldview is just This is why you need to treat people like individuals. This is why you need to treat every individual that you encounter in the world like an individual. Because if you don't, you assume things about whole groups of people that are just not true. And this is why we don't get anywhere in our current cultural arguments and our current culture wars. Because everybody is in these identitarian groups that make assumptions about everybody else, that have essentialist claims and characteristics attributed to particular groups. And we don't get anywhere. We really don't. Because that is not how people people actually are. Everybody's different. And the sooner we realize that, the closer we get to realizing the alleged progressive, good, all-inclusive, homogenous world that allegedly we all want. Like, surely the fact that straight people feel welcome in queer spaces and queer people increasingly feel welcome in straight spaces is a good thing. But according to the logic of the queer Kiwi, this is not a good thing. We should not be celebrating this. We should not be happy that a straight man feels that he's able to be friends with a lesbian and a straight woman, because God forbid in this world, apparently men and women can't actually be friends. I mean, shouldn't we be celebrating this? That there are queer women who like a straight man and have invited them into their space, into their group, and that they're having a good time together? Isn't this a point for celebration? Isn't this what inclusivity and acceptance is about? But no, apparently this is a terrible thing.
Regardless of whether a cishet man is invited in by a queer friend or not, doesn't really matter. I don't think he should be there, and I think that queer women shouldn't be inviting their cishet male friends into these spaces.
This is you disrupting your peace for no reason, except because there's just always something to complain about. Something that actual minorities who actually experience the realities of being minorities don't complain about, because they live in reality.
As a straight person, you can go literally anywhere. You can go anywhere. You can go to any bar, especially as a cishet man. You can go to any bar and feel safe. And yet, you stood in that line surrounded by queer non-cis men, right? You stood in that line around all those people and waited to get in, and you never once thought, like, maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Maybe these people behind me deserve to go into this bar more than I do.
The assumptions. Anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, especially this idea of people cosplaying their minority status, because this is something that I see everywhere, and it is just such a prevalent thing at the moment. It's sort of this almost glamorization of being a minority and complaining about every little thing and making it everybody's issue and acting incredibly entitled to things that most minorities just accept that reality just is not a reality of our making. We're all essentially playing a game. Most minorities accept that they're playing a game that they're not in control of, but they can make the best out of that game and they can still enjoy playing the game. Whereas these cosplayers tend to believe that they are in charge of the game, and if they're not in charge of the game, that they should be in charge of the game, and they make it everybody else's business that they should be in charge of the game. If that metaphor makes any sense. But anyway, let me know what you think. I would be fascinated to hear your opinion on this situation. Thoughts and prayers to everybody in this situation, especially to the poor guy who just wanted to hang out with his friends at an all-inclusive bar. Thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video, and I'll see all of you very, very soon in the next one.
That was certain video. Shit, how long have I been going?
Okay, so talk about because we do have male listeners as well.
Oh,
talk about what dating
it's almost
would look
time.
like for, you know, a guy who's
Almost
maybe
time.
making just like $100,000 a year, you know, and he's a high value man in every aspect of it. He's a
just 100,000 a year. I already know where this is going. I already know where this is going. I done fucked up. I cleared this video because
I cleared out a whole page in Tears of the Kingdom over the course of that.
Good. Stand pressing. Oh man, I'm so close to starting the cell games in this game. In fact, I can literally just start it right now, but I feel so hilariously underprepared. Like, Goku is like the lowest leveled character out of all the characters I have right now.
Base?
You know, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. I don't care. If I get bodied, I get bodied.
Do you have to follow like the way it actually happens in the story?
Yes.
Oh, that's lame.
The only
It'd
interest. Well, I mean, if you want a game that like deviates from the main plot, that's what the Dragon Ball Xenoverse games are for. But in those games, you just play as your OC character. I mean,
it'd be cooler if you could be like, okay, Krillin is the strongest character right now, so he gets to fight Cell.
I know that in some of the games, like in the Budokai Tenkaichi games, you're supposed to progress through the fight by like pressing the oh, let's go into the next section of the fight thing. But if you don't press the button, you can just keep fighting as the character who isn't actually supposed to win and still win the fight. The only thing I don't know for sure is whether or not you unlock the next chapter if you win the fight like that.
Ladusional. Yeah, Ladusional land. Right up there in Louisiana.
You said that shit. You said
Louisiana Ladusional.
You said that shit like it was the name of someone.
We use different words now. I don't say delusional. I say Ladusional or Delulu. Delulu or Ladusional, okay?
Good guy, but maybe he doesn't have the income to be, giving $10,000 to a woman to, invest in her business. So what does dating look like for like the average? 100,000 is not even the average person. Let's
Let's keep it
so
real.
let's keep it real for the average person who is making $50,000. That's a good person. What does dating look like for them?
So if you're making $50,000, don't date.
Ooh.
I'm just being for real. You're not ready to date.
Listen, if you ain't got an IQ over 100, like, you're not ready to podcast. That's what I was about to say.
Oh, damn. Did you hear that, Arlon?
There
We
needs
have
to
to
be a
cancel our podcast now. Because he just said if you don't have an IQ over one. And remember how I'm always saying I'm very scared to take an IQ test because I'm actually worried about how shockingly low it'll be?
For these podcasts.
Well, the good news is, for one, IQ doesn't matter, and for two, I do have an IQ over 100.
You're not ready to date because
Good.
courtship costs.
Okay.
Everything costs.
And I staked my whole identity on in high
But
school.
eventually, Shorty is gonna need a sip of something. She gonna be thirsty.
That is
That
pretty
bottle
funny.
of water is $3 in Atlanta. Let's not play. So if you don't have any expendable cash, don't date. And whatever that looks like for you, you might only make 50,000, but you live in a shoe. And now you got expendable cash.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm not saying you gotta pay to play to be with a woman. I'm simply saying courtship costs.
Right.
It is not free to date.
I'm not saying, but I'm saying.
Now she's Houdini.
She has a rush. She says, "Oh, I'm not saying my name is Ladusional, but my name is Ladusional," and she has left you confused.
Jesus Christ!
But it's because you're not understanding what's been understood.
So it's my problem.
It is always the man's fault.
Okay.
Yes, it is a man's world. You pay the bills. You understand? You understand?
Say that again.
They carry the
It's
babies,
time
you pay
for
the bills.
the Cell games.
You understand? When she has a job, she makes more money than you pay the bills.
Right.
When she has a job and you are unemployed, you pay the bills.
I actually think
You
Krillin
understand?
may be one of my strongest
a
characters.
man's
At the very
world.
least, Krillin, I think, is stronger than Trunks right now.
Like some of us can't even take our home.
Because obviously I've had access to Krillin longer than I've had access to Trunks.
Little check for Shorty's drink. So it's like, why do we expect anything else?
You would think Trunks would start at a higher level than Krillin.
You're not ready to date yet, or get you.
Well, I think sometimes they don't expect players to grind as much as they do in this. But I did spend a fair bit of time grinding. Like, now Gohan, I think Gohan is the highest level out of all the characters I have, because he's the one you play as the most leading up to this point.
You are the protagonist of a Pixar movie, and you are calling someone else bottom of the barrel. You are just missing a donkey, and you can sign your own movie.
Mike Wazowski.
My friends. Your skin with the makeup looks green.
Crazy.
You are a funny one, and you are saying someone
Did
else.
he just
bottom of the
call
barrel.
her Mike
Not
Wazowski?
even the bottom of the barrel. You are underneath it. You are not even worth the conversation, and you are saying the poor people need to shut their mouths.
Why are you calling someone not even the bottom of the barrel? Why are you calling someone the barrel? She's just expressing her opinion.
Huh? She's basically saying that people who marry and don't really consider the money of the person and they're willing to struggle with them are bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
I'm not going to let somebody slander other people who are really making it, trying to work despite the financial situation not being the best, willing to save, penny pinch and do whatever and struggle together. See, this problem with this shit is this. She want to make it with you when you already made it. Yeah, they trying to show up after the finish line and hand you your flowers, not recognize I needed somebody to hand me a water bottle while I was running the marathon. You understand me? That's why this shit's actually super foul. And not only that, they laughing. They're mocking the people who with their partners handing them the water bottles while they run it.
Laughing at the guys.
Yo,
and
get
the
your
girl.
whole trash ass out of here. When I have a problem with this, it's not even the money discussion, this and that. They're denigrating people who want to struggle together because they love each other. That's what I don't like. There's plenty of women who are willing to work it out with a man. He's got potential. If he's working through stuff, he's good. He got long-term goals. He's got good skills for like financial savings. And they're denigrating these people, calling them bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
See? You want to make your choice to go after high value man? Go live your best life. I don't got a problem with that. Don't mock poor people. Don't mock people who are middle class. Don't make them out to be bottom of the barrel or least desirable. Have you looked at yourself? Have you heard yourself speak? 90% of men who just listened to you said you're garbage.
You know what the funny?
So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is?
I'm not mad.
I'm not mad.
Passionate.
I'm
You know,
just
as the red
passionate.
pill men say, men don't get angry. We just express ourselves in a way that's loud and aggressive.
It makes me think of high school. A lot of people in high school, a lot of girls in high school had that mentality.
Man,
They go
Kick
for-
sure as hell
they
is
go
a
for the
buggy
guy
site.
that's obviously gonna
I
hurt
keep
you.
getting
Or the
notified
guy
that
that's-
my thing is down,
You go for these,
but it's
kick
not
supports
actually.
like futile.
What the
and
hell?
It doesn't matter.
Someone
Kick
just,
supports predators.
someone just speak. Oh, you're talking about the Riotol shit? That guy got banned, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Well, good. Fuck him. He's a bitch.
I mean, that shit sure was crazy. Wait, Arlen, do you know what we're talking about?
Nope.
Good.
Remember when I came in the Discord earlier and I was saying that it's very weird that Vosh's folder is getting more attention than the guy who like distributed like actual child porn? Yeah. That guy was a Kick streamer and he was doing that shit. So basically what was going on is he would go on his stream and go on like this new version of Omegle that's like out.
Omi TV.
And he would like talk to girls and then he would like blank his stream because I'm to be honest, I'm not entirely sure if you're allowed to show naked people on Gig. Like, you know, like naked adults, obviously.
Sometimes they wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wouldn't even do that.
Sometimes, well, I didn't even know that. And like, and then he would like be like, "Oh, how old are you?" And then sometimes they would say their actual age, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm 15." And then he'd be like,
you're
"Oh,
18, right?
Oh, you're 18, right? You're 18, right?" And then eventually they'd just be like, "Yeah, I'm 18." And then he'd be like, "Oh, can you take your top off?" And then like, "Yeah." And then he would like film it and send it into his Discord. So I found that very bizarre that Vosh's folder got into more controversy than this other guy. Literally.
Right, LOL, yeah.
No, Coco, you see, it doesn't count because they looked mature. And as you...
Yes. No.
No. That's not how that shit works. Tomorrow's my birthday, by the way.
Oh,
No.
happy birthday. Wait, how old are you gonna be?
23.
20. Shit, I didn't. I actually thought you were one of the older ones among us.
No. That's crazy. People thought I was younger. 14.
What?
People thought I was 14, that's true. Because of how I sound.
Well, you do sound like a 14-year-old in anime, so.
Well,
You do not sound like an actual 14-year-old.
yeah.
That kind-
Exactly. I'm 23.
That kind of reminds me of like how most people assume that I'm 16, but there actually was one time where a person said I look like I'm 14. And that actually offended me. I don't usually get offended by the 16 accusation, but the 14 one was like, all right, mate, calm down.
You look like you're 15.
What? When was the last time you even saw a picture of me? Have you even
Well,
seen that picture of me?
I check out your streams, Coco.
Oh, right. I'm actually forgetting that I'm even live right now. See, this is how fried my brain is. I'm completely drained and sleepy because the heating's on.
Well, turn on the air conditioner.
I can't be asked. I'll just die of dehydration instead.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
I can't imagine just sitting there.
It's actually not even that hot, but it's like warm enough to make me feel drained a little bit. Ooh.
And it's okay that you go for that, but you bash
So what are
the
they
other
preaching about this
corny
time?
niggas or the
What
corny
happened,
dude.
preach?
The guy that's gonna be
Yeah.
securing gotcha bag, that's gonna get your bag.
They're
You're gonna bash that
talking
dude, and then
about some video about some girls saying that unless you make like a lot of money, you shouldn't be like until you're like completely financially stable and making a lot of money, you probably shouldn't be dating at all. And they're saying,
Well, they don't know anything.
and Abba and Preacher saying, probably shouldn't be saying that. That's kind of cringe. Especially,
Well, I agree with them. I agree with them.
yeah.
I agree with those two.
later out you come to find out, oh my God,
Yeah.
I can't believe then you were so good when no, but that time is gone and it's too late now. You know what I mean?
Never judge a
Eventually you're
book
gonna
by
wake
its
up
cover.
and
Hey, that's what the
at
last
age,
video
people
we're
are
watching
gonna
is
want you. You're
about.
gonna chase something that's really not attainable. Everybody wants
But
that.
you're too
thing.
late for that
It's not
one.
really gonna be attainable, and when it's gonna time for you to, when you're gonna realize it's gonna be a bit too late. I don't really like breakfast, no matter what. I actually eat my cereal like a toddler. Yeah, I just dip it in the box while watching TV. Sorry, you couldn't hear that. And those are fruity, the Magic Spoon fruity. Right, I gotta watch what I eat, so I can't just
That looks
eat
terrible.
any sugary cereal out there. I can't do that. So those are perfect for me. Not only they're high on protein, so I gotta get my guns right, but they're also keto friendly, gluten friendly, grain free, soy free, wheat free. It's great, and the taste is chef kiss. And they have a lot of flavors. They have cocoa, they have peanut butter, they have frosted for those nights when you're indulging in herbal activities. Anyways, click on the link below right now. Or go to magicspoon.com/AbandPreach and you save $5 on your pack. Because as that pack comes together, you're going to be able to save $5.
So it's like, why do we expect anything else of women with a man? Like, fellas, if you're broke, don't date. You're not ready to date yet. Or get you
If you're
a
broke,
bottom of the
don't
barrel
date.
bitch that's going to date you when you have no money. That's what I was
You
about
know,
to
it's
say.
actually funny because I have very mixed feelings about when people say that. Obviously, I'm not agreeing with the standard they're setting, which is that, oh, you have to be rich or whatever to date. But I do think you have to be someone that has like an income of some kind to date. Because you gotta like you gotta take people out, you know? Unless you're
Well,
just gonna be spending all your time at home all the time.
I mean, there are things you can do for free.
what if you're introverted?
Yeah, but sometimes you want to treat your girl.
Well, who's to say? That seems like
Who's to say you're dating a girl though?
That's an example. Yes.
What?
there are ways you can treat someone without spending money on them.
Yeah, but I mean, let's not kid ourselves. People have expectations, okay?
I mean, well, obviously, like, if your partner is someone who, like, if I was to date someone who was like a salary woman, that would definitely be an asymmetrical relationship. But, like, if you date, like, another niche or someone who's poor,
Well, someone who's
that,
poor has money, which means that they can do like small gestures of love that aren't necessarily grand, you know?
yeah, so can a person without any money.
Maybe.
And even if you don't have any money, there's ways to get, some money. I could go out and buy
Well,
Uber for a
yeah.
while.
I mean, I'm on universal credit, which is why I don't necessarily mind the idea of taking a person out. I mean, they'd have to be okay with McDonald's, but
Well,
if we were already dating for a while and they genuinely like me, they won't be bothered by the fact that I can only afford to take them to McDonald's.
So this is kind of a sidebar, but low key, fast food is actually really overpriced, and it's much cheaper to take someone out to an actual restaurant than McDonald's.
Fucking hell. I don't know about that. Well, maybe it's different in America. But I just know that if I take someone to like Harvesters, I like walk out of that having spent almost 50 pounds. If I
Well,
take
that you can't be a chain. It can't be a chain. You have
oh,
to take them like there's a Chinese restaurant near us that for $20 you can get like a week's worth of food.
mm-hmm.
Like eating at this place, I swear, is cheaper than just making your own food.
I mean, there actually is one place that I used to go to that is fairly cheap, but that place is also like literally a buffet, you know? But it's affordable, an affordable
Yeah.
buffet.
There's also a beer garden near us where like the fish and chips, that's also like 4 meals for like $15.
I want
Mm-hmm.
to see more of the video.
But
Bruh.
we have to commentate, Nebs, because if we don't commentate, then we're just stealing content.
We commentate all the time.
We're commentating right now, kind of. What Arlon was saying was tangentially related because we were talking about going to affordable places, and
Well, I could barely hear him. His microphone is all fucked.
Arlon is advising us on how we can actually find affordable places.
Just turn me up. Just turn me up in your Discord.
It's not how loud you are. It's how you sound. It's the mic quality. I'm hungry
Oh,
as
he's saying
fuck
you
right
sound
now.
there is a bit of an echo. Like it sounds like it's coming from your. Are you using your headset mic or something?
No.
He's
I
using
mean,
his phone.
Oh, you're using your phone mic.
I am using my phone. Does this sound any better?
Wait, are you like holding it up to your face now? Because now you sound
Oh
kind of
shit! I'm gonna
muffled.
make some food. I'm out.
I just moved it closer to me. Wait, it sounds worse now?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit muffled. I mean, it's not bothering me, but
Anything financial.
Right.
Where is the mic? How about now?
yeah, that sounds
And she
fine.
doesn't have the expectation. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you this right now. Enjoy it while it lasts because eventually
Well, I
you're
guess
gonna
all that
want to
talk
run.
about
Because she
restaurants
doesn't stretch you.
made
She doesn't make you the
made Nebs hungry because he left to go and make food.
man that you need to become in order to thrive in this world.
This is
She
actually the
doesn't set
longest I've
expectations
gone,
for
I
you. She
think.
allows you to be this
6
stagnant
o'clock.
dude in the
I
same
normally
jeans
end at
for
like
3 days.
5 or some
You
shit.
know what I'm saying?
God
And
damn it, the
Wow,
kick
you
stream
be
keeps
cutting
fucking
up.
crashing.
Talk about me. You be
Stop.
I'm a cut up coke queen. Look, you still got it.
Wait, what?
I don't know about y'all, but I've dated dealers in my past, and that's cute and everything when you're in your 20s.
Yeah,
I'm
when
35 years old.
Right.
I am not dating no damn. Don't know who's gonna run up in my door. Don't know what's gonna happen in the streets when we out together. You can't protect
It's
me. It
time
doesn't matter
to
how much
make
protection you
our
want.
son
You can't
fight
protect
on
me if
behalf
that's what
of
you're
us.
doing and that's your motive and that's how you
This
get your
is
money. And
not
let's be honest, I
abusive
don't really
at
know
all.
many rich
It's not abusive because his power level is higher than ours. So there you
spending
go.
it as fast as it's coming. They're spending it, and so you might come up on a little come up in a man that's like, hey baby, here's 20 bands, and if you're smart with it, you'll go do with it what you know you need to do.
Right.
But when you're with a hustler, you don't.
Because the money keeps rolling in.
You're trying to keep up with the Joneses. He take you out. His homies all got girls in Chanel and Balenciagas and whatever, and you like, damn.
Is that what you got? Is that what you got right now? You got a rich dude? Hold on. You
Wait,
got
can
a
I
rich,
talk to
is
them
that
in the
what you
back
got
of here? I can.
right now? A rich dude that is doing all that? Do you?
Highly
Mr.
Maybe,
Satan.
there's no sense in speculating. I just don't like the generation of people who get on these podcasts and brag about the fact that they're wearing crazy designer brands. Like, that's the first thing they'd be bragging about when they got their partner. That's not smart. Like,
I'm surprised that like
cringe
no
that you guys do.
conservatives have gotten mad at Dragon Ball for that.
Well, for the Mr. Satan and Videl shit? Because Videl's name is Devil, and Pan is also Pan is also a devil as well.
I did not realize that was the point of Vidal.
Yeah, and then there's Gohan's daughter who's called Pan, which I believe is also like a devil in like Greek or something. A demon of some kind.
Well, no, Pan is the god of the satyrs. But Christians are like, wow, that kind of looks. That's like. It kind of looks like a devil, so I guess it's a devil. That's their way of thinking about it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how like a name like Mr. Satan didn't like raise any eyebrows, but like Mewtwo having 3 fingers did for conservatives. I don't know if you've seen that video.
No.
Hold on, let me see if I can fucking find this shit. I probably won't be able to be. I don't even know what to type to find shit. Lol, I'm on my old channel and my own stream just got recommended to me. Okay. What do I even type to find this? Here it is. Okay. New React video, guys, for a brief second. Wait, what just happened?
Because it's important for the church to deal with issues as they come to the forefront in society. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. Pokemon, plural, are incredible creatures that share the world with humans. Each has his own fighting abilities. Some grow and evolve into even more powerful creatures. The children are developing relationships with all these Pokemon creatures. Little, reclusive, power-filled monsters. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? They say the Pokemon whole effort is to train children how to become the #1 Pokemon master in the world. You follow it through the New Age teaching, you find out that masters are those who take control of spirits in the dark realm, and they tell those spirits what to do. The child at some point becomes capable.
I keep hearing this weird sound. This is like the second time. I keep hearing a sound that sounds like Nebs, but it's not, because Nebs is not in here. Like, it's like a very faint voice, and I don't know if, am I going crazy? Is Neb's voice just like permanently etched in my head?
It's like that episode of SpongeBob.
I don't know.
Where
I don't know.
Mr. Krabs can't stop hearing the boots.
I'm thinking maybe it's one of my overlay sounds in OBS, but I don't know, because I don't have a sound that sounds like fucking Nebs. So
of taking these powers and channeling them through their
Oh my
mind,
god, I
through their
can't
arms,
figure out how to
or through their
maximize the
power
stream.
sources. Their power sources, of course, are many of the
Half
symbols
my
that they pick
screen
up
is
from the
taken
Pokemon
up by a
paraphernalia.
picture of my avatar. I don't want
Pokemon
to
is a
see this
game
right now.
that teaches children how to enter into the
isn't
world
there just like a normal full screen icon there? Well, you can just double click it too.
of witchcraft, how to cast spells, how to use
Oh,
psychic
that works.
phenomena, how to put to work supernatural powers against their enemies, how to fantasy role play. Pokemon world is a world of the demonic, of the satanic. But while you might not take it quite seriously, I assure you that demons take it quite seriously. Satan takes it quite seriously. Your children need to know there's a devil, and he hates them, and he wants to ruin their life. There was even a couple of reports where children had been stabbed by other children over Pokemon cards. Do you remember the Dungeons and Dragons game of the 80s where children, young people even ended up killing themselves because it was
We're
a
bringing
role-playing
back
game.
the Satanic Panic.
What?
Bringing back the Satanic Panic. You love to see it.
Well, this shit is pretty old. Like, this video I saw when I was like a fucking kid, and I thought it was... Wait, I just heard that sound again. The hell? Oh, it's from the game. It's Gohan. Gohan sounds like Nebs.
My God. It seems like Neb has a new character to imprint on.
Lol. This video I found really funny. Well, okay, well, the part, it's coming up. I think it's coming up.
Each other in their fantasy games and on their video screens and blowing each other away and blowing each other up, that when they walk down the streets and they pull out their 45 and they pump some friend full of bullets, they kind of think in the back of their mind, well, they're just gonna, we'll turn off the machine and they'll get up and they'll be there tomorrow and I'll shoot them again. It's just a game. To which I respond, Russian roulette is just a game. But they're so into making distinguish between fantasy and real. Listen, I can't stress this enough. How that everything in life is real. Everything. I assure you, what your children watch, what you watch, affects you radically. People here today, they can't get saved. Some of you can't go to heaven.
I just want to point out that recent discourse has shown that a lot of people unironically agree with this man, which I find really sad.
Yeah.
Why? What you do?
Wait, is that where the Y meme comes from? I didn't know it was from this.
You know, the media in this country.
Wow.
Whether it's, listen, rock music.
You know what? I think I clicked the wrong video. The video I was trying to find was it was another preacher talking about Pokemon where he pulls out a picture of Mewtwo holding up his hand, and then he's like, that's intentionally made to look like, you know, like the rock symbol that people do with their hands, you know, like the two fingers folded down and then you have your, you know what I'm talking about?
No.
What?
Oh, the horn. The horns.
Yeah. And the guy goes like, that's the sign of the devil. So they made Mewtwo have 3 fingers so that it looks like that sign. And then he was like, and you're just gonna have kids throwing their hands up, saying, "Oh, hail Pokemon," to make their hands look like Mewtwo's. And I was like, oh my God, this shit is crazy, man. I don't know how they come up with this stuff.
It's just like, did they not do the most basic level of research into who made Pokemon?
No, they don't. They probably don't even know it's from Japan. You know? Actually, now that I think about it, I just realized something now that I think about it. There actually was like some moral panic about Dragon Ball Z once. 'Cause there's like this image of an old newspaper that goes around from when it first hit the States. And it's so funny. It's so funny too, because it's like a really cool looking image, because like the typography is like shaped around Goku and Frieza looking at each other. And I remember one time I saw someone posting it on Twitter, and they were like, if this article is supposed to be like shitting on Goku and Frieza, why did they present it in such a hard way? Why did they make it look so badass? But they were basically just like, oh, this show is violent. It's going to make your kids violent, blah, blah, blah.
And now the internet.
Oh, standard.
Yeah.
Yes, they have their own websites, several of them, in fact. Listen, don't think.
That's a good way of ending the video. Don't think, just believe what I'm telling you. Oh man, the Jack Thompson days. Those were sure some days.
Derive such pleasure and
Actually, I didn't even know who Jack Thompson was until recently.
joy from wearing these brands that like look down on black people, generally speaking, to begin with. Don't even really want you guys in a lot of their advertisement, and you guys are like proudly wearing this shit as if it makes you guys superior or better. It is disgusting. It is like that form of capitalism where folks obsess over Versace and shit like that. That is exactly the thing that tells me that I don't want certain kinds of people.
All right, it's
My
time.
friends be like, man, you know you
It's
got Gucci,
time
you loser.
to
Or if I ever
play
met a
the
girl
best
and she was
moment
talking
in the
that shit, I
series, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Well, actually, I'm probably gonna have to. We have to fight as SSJ1 first, but I'm also really glad that the characters do actually keep their stats even as they age, which means that Gohan is probably going to be the most overpowered character even during the Boot Saga. I don't think any character will have a chance.
would already know
Yeah.
she's got lacking values if she's obsessed with designer brands.
Yeah.
It's fine if you own the shit. If you have a deep obsession or you judge people's value based off what kind of designer brand they have, I already know
it's not
your whole shit is out of whack to me. She really here bragging about all. Damn. But hey, you know, some people live in a different world. They out here really bragging about the fact that they buy their girl designer shit. Absolute cringe bunch of munches.
And you like, damn, I need to go get that. And so you go take your little money and you go shopping to make you a little boomerang. And now your bank account is suffering until he gives you another chance.
Tien is feeling bad about the fact that he's been outpaced by a kid.
Like you said that out loud, and you
Even
really thought you
though
said something.
technically
And you got
his
two of
one
your
of his
girls backing
strongest
you up,
rivals
saying,
was when he met Goku when he was like 15. So
yeah, that's true.
technically he was already getting outpaced by a kid.
Yeah, we don't live
But
in the
he's
same
getting
box, and
outpaced
it's
by that
okay.
kid's
If
kid.
you guys are happy with that, then that's cool. You do you.
Goku wasn't that young, was he? Like, I know he looks like baby, but wasn't he
No,
like
in
or
the
something?
so at the start of the series he's 12, and that's when they have the first tournament arc. They originally said he was 14, but then I guess Toriyama retconned it to him being 12. And then there's a 3-year time skip between the first tournament arc and the second one because the tournament happens every 3 years. So when he first meets Tien, okay, I mean there's the filler arc where he meets Tien. Well, actually that might be in the manga too. I don't even fucking know because I never read it. But technically, when they really meet at the martial arts tournament, he's 15. And then there's the second time skip after that when Piccolo first comes in, Piccolo Jr., that is to say, comes into the story, and Goku's 18 at that point. So, I guess what I'm saying is that Goku is younger than most people would assume, because in the Namek saga, I think he's 27. So,
How old is he in Super?
that is a good question. I'm actually gonna look that up. I would imagine he's like at the youngest he has to be in his 30s, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's 40.
What's gonna happen when Goku is like 100 years old? Will
Oh,
they finally let him die?
okay, so Goku is 41 in Dragon Ball Super. Vegeta is 46. No, they're not gonna let him die because in the end of Z time skip, they implied that Saiyans start to, as they get older, their aging slows down, so that so
No.
that they can so that they can last longer in combat.
Stop.
That's why Goku and Vegeta look younger than Chi-Chi and Bulma at the end of Z. So it's and then you have GT, which takes place even further than that, but then Goku is literally wished into a child, and then he just ages naturally from there. I don't even think
Oh no, they're never gonna let any of them die. They're just gonna wish all of them to be forever young.
well, by the time GT ends, literally everyone is dead. But it doesn't matter because even if Goku himself was dead, they would still just have Goku's clone in the form of Goku Jr. So, and Vegeta Jr. There's a Vegeta Jr. too.
No. Stop.
How old is Goku in GT? 49? He's old as hell. Nah, that's not that old. It's older than I thought, though. So this 49-year-old gets shrunken down into like a 13-year-old. And now they're doing it again in Dragon Ball Daima. So,
Well, at least he didn't get with a girl who's also a 12-year-old like he would have if it was an isekai.
oh, I'm sure people have drawn art of Kid Goku fucking Pan. Nah, I'm kidding. That's not true. I know that people ship Trunks and Pan for some reason, even though I'm pretty sure Trunks is like 18 in that. And Pan is like, I don't know how old Pan is in GT. But I do know people ship them. When are we getting the Pan series, where Pan becomes the protagonist? I didn't like Pan in GT. She was one of the most annoying characters.
I think it's
Alright,
hella stupid.
now it's time for
But
Gohan versus
Are they happy
Cell.
with it? Ask the ladies how.
Oh wait,
Ask the ladies how dating in
Cell's
Atlanta
level
is.
is actually pretty close to mine.
Ask the ladies how dating
I'm
in
level
Atlanta is.
53 and he's
If
level
they
50.
happy with it. Ask him how it is.
Because of what? The guys are not good, or because it's how but everybody's.
Oh wait, I started the Cell games, but I haven't equipped my I haven't equipped Kamehameha on
You guys will
Gohan
be much
yet.
more likely to lead happier lives and to find
This is
love
not
and
canon.
to find actual fulfillment in life, spiritually, physically, mentally. If you guys value things other than Balenciaga and fucking Versace,
you what to
actually degenerate people.
I'm not gonna tell you what to value or not. If that's your thing, that's your thing. And if you're truly happy, then do you, boo boo. And
yeah,
it is what I'm not gonna be the one trying to convince you. I'm not.
If you need a brand to be truly happy, you're not happy.
You're not.
You're not happy.
Well,
if you need a Versace label,
But I need my
to be able
tablet to
feel content in
specifically
life,
be
you're not
way
happy.
calm, because if it's Huon, that's poor people shit.
Because that bag,
I
that
need
bag
is
is gonna be,
way calm.
that bag is gonna be out of fashion.
Huh? What?
Leon is better anyway.
Probably. My first tablet was a Huon. But it was a very tiny one, so I ended up replacing it very quickly. It was one of those like really small graphics tablets.
That car is not gonna be a car.
I was like,
of
I
the
can't
year
draw
no
with
more.
this
That
shit.
year's gonna pass. Them shoes are gonna worn out. If that's what you need, you know, and mind you, it's cool to have nice things. I'm not saying no, but if that's what you set your life on, and that, I'm not gonna be the one to argue.
Imagine being in a relationship and because your friends put their girls in Versace, you feel the need to put your girl in Versace. Like, what kind of follower, loserist mentality is that? It's not about the union between you and your partner. It's like, oh, my friends did this for their girl. I gotta do that for my girl too. I hate these people.
That's a social media mentality. Well, you really just see what you see, and you don't see the inside of it. You don't see of what's going on in that relationship. You don't see how it is or whatever, whatnot. So, I mean, yeah, it's social media. It's what you see on the front, and you're like, I want a man like that. Just focus on you. But it is what
And you notice all of these women, the way they talk, they all want to come on and basically come up off the come up of a man. So he's already made money.
All
I
right,
need him to help
that's
me
it.
invest.
Yeah. No more.
Not because they want to be really good
I'm
at
done.
investing by themselves. They want a dude to be able to teach them. Like,
My soul has been sucked, guys. This was a truly soul-sucking experience, more so than any real job. So I'm calling it a day for now. Oh, I'll just let this cutscene end, and then I'm ending this shit. You know what? Is it is it nonsense if you draw NSFW art of Cell? Because he's 6 years old, so I'm just saying, like,
I feel like people generally acknowledge that a character can start out as an adult.
actually, now
Like a
that I
lot of
wait, sorry,
a
go
lot
ahead.
of robot things are like that.
Actually, my next question was gonna be, is it nonsense to draw porn of Krillin? Because not only is Krillin like really short, but in the Japanese dub, he's voiced by a woman, so he still sounds like a kid, and like he has the size of one. He's he's the size of one.
Well, if you ask H3, yes, it is.
Damn. Deleting all of my Krillin porn right now.
I would never do such a thing. I don't care what society tells me.
Based. I will keep all of my Krillin porn. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized that this game, oh, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I think the game skipped over the part where Goku throws Cell the Senzu Bean. That's pretty funny that they did that. So the game version of Goku confirmed a better dad than anime version? Question mark.
Yeah. That is not a high bar.
Honestly, watching these cutscenes is like hell compared to watching the anime because they feel like so slowly paced by comparison. Like the cutscenes in the game are so slow. Oh man, am I allowed to stream that? Cell just gave birth in the game. So juniors.
That is hot.
Yes. I love watching videos of Bugmen giving birth. When are we getting the video of wait, what's the guy from uh
Marion.
the fucking holy shit, what is happening with my brain? Chimera Ant Arc.
Marion.
Maryland?
No, not Maryland. Meruem.
Meruem.
I think that's his name. Or maybe it's like Meruem. I don't know.
I'm just saying that that shit was fucking amazing. I mean, my shonen brain was a little bit disappointed that we get a typical final showdown between the big bad.
See him give birth.
Yes, that's what I'm disappointed by.
Yeah, I had his name.
But it was too wholesome, so my shonen bro attitude is overwhelmed by the wholesomeness of that rather sad but really touching ending in this bug man and this girl and
I gotta say, I really like stories where the climax isn't a fight and it just kind of ends.
Well, I mean, there was still kind of a fight. The climax specifically
Yeah, yeah.
for Gon's arc was going after uh the cat.
Peter.
The cat, yeah.
Peter.
Pitto, yes. And going Super Saiyan 4 on him because that's what it reminds me of, like a transformation that contains so much energy it forces your body to grow, like in Dragon Ball GT. I wonder if that was the reference or the inspiration. I don't know if GT was out at that point or not. That the two things I find really funny about that arc are the two characters who were so scared that their appearances were permanently altered just because they were really scared. Like the cheetah guy who was made to become an old man because he was really scared of Bugman, and badass glasses guy who became bald and lost all his hair because he was really scared of Pitu's Nen, and he became like a shell of a man. How sad.
Yeah. He used to be hot, and now he's bald.
That reminds me of this one meme that I saw where it was like it was a meme where like two girls were like, "Baldness is hot," and then they saw like a really ugly bald guy, and then they were like, "Oh no, it's just that hot people are hot, and there's some hot people that are bald."
I feel like that goes for almost every characteristic.
I don't know, man. I've never seen a hot fat guy. I've seen hot fat girls, but I've never seen a hot fat guy.
You think fat guys can't be hot?
I've never seen it. So I don't know.
You are so wrong on that. There are definitely hot fat men.
Oh, Dr. Eggman, of course.
Yes, let's go.
Dr. Eggman is really fucking hot. Oh,
Would not.
yeah. Alright, that's it. I'm ending this. As I said, this was a really soul-sucking experience, so it's time for me to go and replenish my soul.
Good.